never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Blacktown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. And it don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, you'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
What do you say? Everybody ready to get settled in? Got a full 5 hours coming your way live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. The Secret Bunker. Home base out of Cincinnati, Ohio. Close out a Wednesday, midweek in the books, so we're on the downward slide as we head toward the weekend. Well, what are we looking at? Working our way into the 7th day of April 7, 2022. OvernightDriveRadio.com. TNCRadio.live. Yes. During the 5 hours, we'll give you not one, but two opportunities, two keywords as our $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway continues. The first of 5 weeks of $1,000 daily bonus giveaways, technically two $1,000 daily giveaways, and it all culminates in a $10,000 grand prize winner. So stick around for your keywords. When we throw those keywords your way, you need to go over to tncradio.live. If you're on the internet, your the web, your tablet, whatever the device. A lot of people use the internet on the smartphone. They also have the tncradio.live app where you can enter those keywords. Meanwhile, okay, tonight, another active night. Oh boy, our friends in the southeast, another day of tornadoes, lots of destruction. Give you the latest on that. We could even continue to see a handful of tornadoes even through the overnight hours. Had a tornado watch that was still in place for southern Georgia. The watch just expired. There is still one active tornado warning there. Aside from that, as the storms really will begin to sweep off the eastern seaboard through the overnight hours, still have a possible threat there for parts of the easternmost reaches of South Carolina again. Looks like the leading edge, the strongest line is now just offshore. You've still got some heavy rain to come. Areas, another line, which that's going to begin ushering in some cooler temperatures, stretching from right about Atlanta, Georgia, on down into south central portions of Alabama. It's been this active pattern throughout the week, going back, of course, to Tuesday, the southeast. Mother Nature refusing to let up. Tornadoes and severe thunderstorms, one person dead. Those threats continue to stick around for the next few hours tonight. Storms rolled through Bryan County, Georgia, Tuesday. The local sheriff's office commenting that the northern part of the county in eastern Georgia was hit pretty hard there. One fatality was confirmed in Pembroke, Georgia, about 30 miles west of Savannah. A woman found him in the wreckage of her mobile home after a suspected tornado tore through that region. Several other injuries reported, but not believed to be life-threatening. Georgia's Governor Kemp was actually out this past day touring damage through parts of Bryan County, joined by local officials getting updates. The damage we've witnessed today is devastating, was his words. And all that are impacted are going to need their fellow Georgians to rally around in prayer and support in the coming days. Obviously, the state's going to devote all the available resources to those impacted. Multiple tornadoes were seen on the ground in Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina in the afternoon hours on Tuesday. We had followed through much of that last evening on the program. Tornadoes also hit South Carolina's southern neighbors hard. Alabama and Georgia both had confirmed tornadoes on Tuesday. Two Alabama state hubs, capital city of Montgomery, the college city of Auburn, narrowly missed on tornado damage. One tornado actually touched down just southeast of the state capital in Orion, Alabama, did not enter the metro area. Auburn, also, local officials telling residents there to seek shelter. You had the populated area in the city of Macon, Georgia, that also avoided a direct hit, but there was a tornado confirmed via radar this past afternoon, a little after 3:30 Eastern Time Wednesday. The neighboring city to Macon in Kite, Georgia, had a tornado hit the ground during the evening hours. Other Georgia tornado confirmations Tuesday, one near the U.S. Army installation at Fort Benning, as well as Blakely and north of Payne, Georgia. Lightning. The threat of lightning and severe weather suspended play at Augusta National Club for most of the day Tuesday. Spectators had gathered for one of the practice rounds leading up to the start of the Masters, which I do believe Thursday today, it all gets underway. Yeah, we could see some additional delays. Yeah, more damaging storms, possibly some tornadoes across the storm-weary southeast. But again, the threat's going to continue to wane through the overnight hours tonight. Meanwhile, what else we have on board here? Where do we begin? How about Georgia's, or rather Texas Governor Abbott? Did you catch his announcement this past day? Yeah, I think this should have been done a long time ago. We'll delve into the fact that Texas Governor Abbott, we've had a lot of discussion over the past week or two, the wave, the influx of illegals, which has been ongoing from day one of this administration, but it's about to dramatically multiply exponentially with the expiration of Title 42. Some are saying we could see 18,000 illegals pouring into the country every day. Governor Abbott announcing, at least for those that pour into the state of Texas, hello, Washington, D.C., we are chartering buses. We will pay to charter a bus. And as they flow into Texas, we'll put them on a bus and we're going to drop them off at the Capitol there in Washington, D.C., so they can handle them there, what they should be doing on the southern border. That's a pretty incredible announcement. Of course, we'll have to delve into the Hunter Biden laptop as the plot continues to thicken. This is a pretty big announcement this past day. Kind of reminiscent of the Hillary email scandal. Remember those thousands, tens of thousands of deleted emails? Of course, Hillary went so far to take out phones and laptops and actually destroy said hardware with hammers. Hunter, on the other hand, no, that was not the case. I guess he got all stoned on something, dropped his laptop off at the shop there back in 2017. We've all been hearing about this for years. But the latest news is the conservative activist who actually gave lawmakers and the news outlets the laptop itself, or copies of the laptop, announcing he has recovered more than 120,000 deleted emails, as well as 80,000 images and a huge cache of new data from Hunter's laptop. He tells the Daily Mail he's actually fled the United States. He is now kind of in hiding in Switzerland for fear of what the White House may try to do to him. He says, I came here to Zurich so we can do a forensic examination of the laptop safely in a country that still respects human liberty and the ideals of liberal democratic principles. He plans to post all of this content online in what will be a searchable database in the coming weeks. And there are sources saying that this is going to be it's shocking and, quote, could bring down Washington as we know it. I do not believe this would have been possible inside the United States as far as disseminating this. We had numerous attempts on us from trying to do things like this in the United States. What will this kind of prove? What kind of ties? The rumors, the rumblings that there are direct ties to the big guy. None other than the president himself. There was actually questioning in Washington a couple of days ago, asking one of the witnesses to divulge who is the big guy. We all pretty much know who the big guy is, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. Get some of our industry headlines. Topping the list here, this is going to be pretty big, I believe. How many drivers out there could personally say you have been caught up over the years at some point in time in one of these predatory lease programs that for years have been offered by so many of the big players out there? Predatory leases. We're going to train you, but after your training, you're going to actually owe us X number of thousands of dollars. That's one thing. But then, hey, we don't have any company trucks, but how about we put you in a lease purchase program? Oh, sounds great. I'm going to be a truck driver. I'm going to own my own truck. Only a matter of weeks or possibly months later, when payday rolls around, you find out there's a zero paycheck and you actually owe the company money, those sort of things. It's happened thousands or potentially hundreds of thousands of times. The FMCSA announcing this past day, they are looking for candidates to create a truck leasing task force. They're going to look into this and end these predatory practices for the industry. Well, right now, that's a lot of talk. I want to see the action, but it honestly sounds like they're leaning towards maybe getting something done with the predatory lease purchase programs. Top industry headline, and so much more to cover. All right, with that, around the country, it is 844-844-3388. I see my stream chat is not working. Somehow it logged out, so I cannot see the comments from our friends via YouTube and Facebook. I'll get that logged in here in a moment, and from that point forward, I'll be able to see what people are saying, but all right, Heavy D is on board. Hello, Steve, and the overnight drive crew. Stay safe, keep on trucking. I got Philly Dan. Says 50 degrees here in Philadelphia. They're still calling for some heavy rains today once again. Drivers out there, stay safe. God bless the Rambler. All right, so those are the last couple that had come in. We'll get a quick time out, and as I said, lots to cover here as we make our way into the early hours of a Thursday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest, and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science. Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, great to have you on board as we roll into a Thursday morning. What do we got here? We've got Big Sexy sent me an email from this past day out of Montgomery, Alabama. Kind of a sad story, but emergency management agency officials in Elmore County confirmed it with at least one tornado touched down on Tuesday of this week that tornado is believed the one that left behind a path of damage 11 miles long. There was one gentleman believes that the tornado directly hit his property. Yeah, Frank Sin lives just miles away from other areas of Elmore County that were damaged by the storm. But he said the way the trees are twisted, it either had to be a small or medium-sized tornado that cut a path through the woods. The retired veteran walked WSFA Channel 12 through his property as he assessed the extensive damage left behind. Pile of trees blocked his front driveway, forcing him to walk through the woods just to get to his front door. The siding of the home was damaged in its barn, his car flattened by trees. The barn was a two-story barn from 1944, but looks like the tornado took care of it. Despite all the destruction left behind, the news he received at the hospital earlier that day was much worse. My complete concern is my wife. Apparently his wife fell down the stairs, broke her neck 2 weeks ago. She had been hospitalized in Birmingham for days, just before he rushed home to see all the destruction to his property. He says the doctor came in today and said there's nothing else they could do. Took her off life support. You can imagine the same day you lose your wife, you go home to find all of your, essentially your worldly possessions, which I know you can't take with you. It's gone. Wow. So he now faces not only that, making arrangements for his wife, but cleaning up after the storm. His family says it's been a, obviously, very difficult time. We're asking for prayers. They did say that if you'd like to help out financially, you can send money. They've got a Cash App account that they've set up there. How about that? That money, he says, will go to support other veterans as well in the area that need help. Thanks for sharing, but what a sad story. Morning to Deborah. Morning, Steve. It's been a pretty day here in Indiana. I was able to get 3 words into the contest this past day. 3 entries. All right. Anyway, I hope my person is safe out there on the road along with everybody else. Hello to Chad checking in, listening in here in Northwest Wisconsin. Wally's on board. Morning, Steve, in the overnight drive community. Stephen checks in from warm California. Yeah, the heat continues to build there out west. Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning, Steve. Back at it after 54 days. Got 66 heifers hammering down in the high-speed cow truck tonight. Shout out to the Carolina Monkey Gouger from the Corn Patch here. Buckeye Boy checks in from Phoenix at this hour, where it's 65 degrees. Going to be doing my delivery tomorrow. Pick back up on Friday, then it's back to Georgia. Everybody have a great night. Be careful out there. Now, let me delve a little bit more into the announcement of the FMCSA this past day. The task force that they're looking to bring together, the Truck Leasing Task Force, part of the Trucking Action Plan that was mandated in the infrastructure legislation that was passed late last year. The FMCSA's announcement this past day marks the first steps to create the panel, and they will be actually accepting applications through May the 6th. The goals of the task force will be to evaluate the effects of commercial motor vehicle lease arrangements and try to discuss the best practices for future agreements. This represents one of the important actions that we're going to be taken to improve the trucking industry, according to Transportation Secretary Buttigieg in a news release. America's truck drivers need and deserve fair leasing agreements. This is going to help ensure that leasing is above board. Now, the acting administrator of the FMCSA, Robin Hutchison, is encouraging industry advocates, including owner-operators, to apply to be a part of this task force. This is going to be instrumental in expanding our understanding of the financial impacts of truck leasing, and it's going to enforce our commitment to the quality of life and safety of professional drivers out there. We ask those who are interested in joining to reach out so we can better support commercial motor vehicle drivers together. Now, here's what they tell us they're planning to cover. Some of the items, many areas related to truck leasing arrangements, including exploring predatory truck leasing arrangements in coordination with the Department of Labor and the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. We're going to look at common truck lease agreements and their terms, identifying and reviewing those that are potentially inequitable in the motor carrier industry. I think they've got a rude awakening coming their way when they see what some of these arrangements, when you get into the fine print, what's buried in these agreements. We're also going to review agreements available to drayage drivers at the ports. We're going to study the impact of truck leasing agreements on the net compensation of commercial vehicle drivers. We plan to examine truck leasing arrangements and financial arrangements among motor carriers, entry-level drivers, driver training providers, and others involved in the industry. Then we'll, of course, have to assess resources that may assist commercial drivers in reviewing the financial impacts of said lease agreements. The task force itself will include up to 10 members representing labor organizations, motor carriers, consumer protection groups. Obviously, you'll have some legal professionals, owner-operators, and other relevant businesses. Recommendations from this task force will be submitted to both the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration and the Department of Labor. Now, here's the thing that, just like everything else in Washington, D.C., anything the FMCSA historically attempts to do, it takes several years, if not a dozen years, for whatever reason, to get it done. This truck leasing task force charter runs through February of 2024. The FMCSA is encouraging diverse, non-traditional representatives, especially maybe women, people of color, to apply to serve on the task force. Of course, you'll have to go to the website. It's fmcsa.dot.gov. And then you're going to have to do the /TLTF. Truck Leasing Task Force, as that stands for. Either way, the application period runs through Friday, May the 6th. So, of course, with the announcement this past day, that's pretty much a 30-day window of opportunity to apply to become a part of the task force. It'd be nice to see if they could actually get to the bottom of some of these horrible lease purchase plans out there that have destroyed so many potential truck drivers. How many cases could we discuss where even drivers that may have paid 1 to 2 or even 3 years on the lease program only to find their truck being repossessed by the company, and they've lost everything that they've applied toward that truck? I mean, heartbreaking stories we've heard over the years. Couple of other listening friends checking in here as we head toward the bottom of the hour news break, after which, of course, we will get to your calls at 844-844-3388. Larry checks in from Southern Virginia. There's Charles. Good morning, Steve. Home safely after doing Montana's high winds this past day. I'm sure, you were rocking and rolling out there. Enjoying the Steve Sommers show in Stillwater, Oklahoma. So got out of Montana. Speaking of those winds, they're not done yet. And we still have a lot of high wind warnings continuing on into Thursday through the heart of the country. All right, Robert jumping in. Chat publicity has the rage. Okay, Georgia governor suspending the hours of service due to the weather that impacted that state. Yes, that is correct. That's in some of our other industry headlines due to the storms, the damage, the tornadoes. And I can't help but chuckle. Anytime we've got an emergency in this country, whether it's a hurricane, a tornado, any sort of a natural disaster, wildfire, you name it, all of a sudden, we don't need any stinking hours of service. Do what you have to do, but you're still required to drive safely. You need to get rest when you need to get rest. But yeah, there's the latest example. Georgia suspending the hours of service. Robert says, howdy. Hey there from soggy South Carolina. Jeff, too bad they won't look back into prior lease purchase deals. Or should I say my job at Pasha, P-A-S-H-A, and the $75,000 they stole from us. Yep. So, Jeff, you're a prime example. You'd be a good candidate to go in there because you've got personal experience, and you can explain how these predatory things work. Hello to the show dog, checking in from Milwaukee at this hour. All right, who we got coming up here? Gary's on board. Hey, I've saw some of your photographs you've been posting there on social media. The car is looking good, ready to go, huh? Gary's going to give us an update on the car. I guess it's about that time to get out, start racing. Chevy Guy will be checking in. And room for you at 844-844-3388. All right, so again, coming up here as we roll into hour number 2, that'll be your first opportunity for our keyword for the $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway. Then stick around later in the program. Yeah, we try to hold off to that final hour. You know, there's a method to the madness. If we can make you stick around for all 5 hours, hey, that's good, right? It is 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News.
Governor Greg Abbott of Texas is taking things to a new level in the fight against illegal immigration at the southern border.
Texas is planning to send any illegal immigrants captured at the border to the nation's capital.
Texas is providing charter buses to send these illegal immigrants who have been dropped off by the Biden administration to Washington, D.C. We are sending them to the United States Capitol, where the Biden administration will be able to more immediately address the needs of the people that they are allowing to come across our border.
Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott speaking to reporters on Wednesday. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Jet fuel supplies are draining fast on the East Coast. Jet fuel stockpiles there fell for a third straight week to their lowest level seasonally since 1996. This is USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do.
LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Once again, the winds have been howling through the central portions of the country. It looks like you've got one more day here, and in Thursday, through much of the central states. Yeah, literally from the Canadian border all the way down into southern Texas. So a number of states impacted. North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma. High wind warnings remain. This is from, Weather Service Office, North Platte, Nebraska. Till 9 o'clock Central Time here on Thursday evening. Still contending with 25 to 35 mile per hour sustained winds, gusts to 45 miles per hour tonight. Now, later today, things really kick in. 35 to 45 mile per hour winds, gusts up to 70 miles per hour. Now, this is right through the heart of Nebraska, central, north central, the Panhandle, and west central Nebraska. We've seen videos. Numerous trucks have been blown over the last several days through the heart of the country. Head over to Wyoming, where, again, high wind warnings continue from 6 a.m. till 9 p.m. Mountain Time here on Thursday, where you'll see 35 to 45 mile per hour sustained winds, gusts to 65 miles per hour. Yeah, they're talking about, obviously, a lot of tree damage and things, power outages throughout these areas. One more stop here out of South Dakota. Let's see. High wind warnings again continue to, in this area, 6 p.m. Mountain Time, 7 Central Time, 35 to 45 mile per hour, sustained gusts to 65 miles per hour. So northwestern, south central, southwestern, South Dakota, to include the tribal lands of the Pine Ridge Reservation and the Rosebud Reservation. So damage possible to roofs, small outbuildings, signs, power outages possible, travel obviously difficult for those high-profile vehicles. It's just been a crazy, we've had wind warnings, Tuesday, Wednesday, continue into Thursday, and red flag warnings as well from southern Texas through central and western Oklahoma, on up through central portions of Kansas and eastern portions of Colorado as well. Areas that still have the dry conditions and the high winds and low humidity. Hey, let's get to our calls this morning. Gary, how's things going? Give us a full report. Yes, sir. Car's looking good, brother.
Yeah, we're all, we took it out once, but we had a brake issue. I didn't know it until we actually put it on the track that you couldn't stop it.
Oh.
Which was not a good feeling, but we opted to not run it. We brought it home completely, went through the brake system, put everything new in it. It's all loaded. We was actually supposed to have went to a race in Chattanooga there at Ringo this weekend, but they canceled it today because of the weather. It's supposed to be, high of 50-some degrees, and it's just too cold.
Okay.
Too cold, too unsafe to even try and run the car. So I guess now we're looking at next weekend. We're supposed to go Montgomery, Alabama down there. Actually, the next 2 weekends, 15th and 16th, and then the 22nd, 23rd is at Montgomery too. And then I'm not sure where we'll be. I put my schedule and everything up on Facebook, a tentative, 17 or 18 races, and then there's some unannounced dates that we're going to do, but it's one of them. I don't really want to say where I'm going to be until I just show up.
Oh, yeah? Surprise, surprise. Look who's here.
Yeah. Yeah, look who showed up. What's he doing here?
Uh-oh.
What little bit of data we did get off the car, I launched it. I had brakes, but I didn't have enough brakes to stop the car. And we was mainly just going to do a test hit to make sure everything functioned. And that's what we found out, It had brakes, it had, all the parts looked good, pads looked good, but they didn't have no power to stop the car.
Wow.
Just idling it, you couldn't stop it. So, but we did launch the car, and what little bit of data we did see looked pretty sporty, put it that way.
Mm-hmm.
Pulled 3.5 G's at 5 foot. It didn't move a car length. It pulled 3.5 G's. Unloaded itself and then reset itself and went straight back to 3.4 G's. So that's pretty sporty.
So that's launching kind of like a rocket.
Yeah, it'll probably, the data that we had and the data that he has on all the other cars of that caliper, it should be in a 60 foot of like 0.994 60 foot. Time-wise, 0.94 less than a second for 60 foot from dead stop. So it's gonna be a rocket ship, that's for sure. And we come in with me in it, race ready, it's right at, we was guessing around between 300 and 400 pounds. It's right at just a hair under 350 pounds lighter than the other car, which that should be like 2.5 tenths quicker on the same basic tune-up. So it should run 70s and 60s pretty much when we want it to. If I had a big enough budget, we could go 50s, but you know that's what the millionaire guys do. I'm just a truck driver.
Uh-huh.
But we'll take what we do. But if we can make it run consistent 70s, you know, you're running right with the top dogs in the field. So not bad for a 66-year-old dumb truck driver, I reckon.
How about that? Yes. Yeah.
You probably seen the schedule that we had down. There'll be, like I said, there'll be a couple up north. I'll let everybody know when I'm going to be here at them, but there'll be also be a couple of unknowns that, hey, I'll give you a call and say, hey, I'm going to be here tonight. You know,
Yeah.
one of them type deals. I know we're going to be in Edgewater. I just don't know the dates. That's right there in your backyard.
Yes, absolutely.
That'll be a 1 or a 2 day deal on the weekends. They're going to have, I think, 3 or 4 standalone pro mod races. But we're thinking about, as long as it don't conflict with trying to win the series championships down there again, we're going to venture north. My dad, he's 91. He said, I'd like to see you race one more time. So we're gonna bring the car north for sure for him. Run a couple of races and take it back down south.
I was trying to understand the schedule. I saw the tentative schedule. You've got the open outlaw. It's it's only like one weekend per month. What is the BMP and the Capital City? What do those mean? Are those particular tracks or?
Yeah, the BMP is at Brainerd Motorsports Park, which is there at Ringgold.
Okay.
Right there at the state line. They're having 4 standalone pro mod races, and that was one of them was this weekend.
Okay.
But like I said, they canceled it today about noon. I knew they was going to cancel it because temperature, wasn't going to improve. It's like a high of 53 and a low in the 37 or something.
Okay.
You can't race that cold. I can take a piston and a rod out of the car and lay it on the bench and let it sit there all night. You go in and pick it up the next morning, and you can't swivel the piston on the pin because it's all aluminum and it shrinks down and everything tightens up, and you can't swivel the piston on the rod wrist pin, and you break too many parts.
You'd be tearing up all kind of equipment, right? You put too much work and effort into getting this thing built. Yeah. Obviously, the tolerances are very, very tight on these things, right?
Oh yeah. You're only talking about a few thousandths of oil squash, in those parts, and you get them that cold, you just can't keep them warm.
Yeah.
And there's no sense breaking the parts, and then let alone the track get cold and you get loose and crash the car. And what did you prove?
Nothing.
Prove you're an idiot. That's what you proved.
There you go.
But and the capital city one is the Montgomery, Alabama track. That's those are $10,000 to win races. You'll see some of the fastest cars in the country show up there, and we plan on being at, I think there's 5 of them. We're going to try and run all 5 of them. But our main concern is that Open Outlaw Series. That's one a month. So, good Lord, willing, and the creek don't rise, we'll go to Montgomery next weekend.
There you go.
See what happens. I know I'll be going down Thursday. I'll be at the track first thing Friday morning. But I
Okay.
know for a fact, unless they cancel it or it rains or something, we'll be there. I'll keep you posted on the car. Let everybody know where we'll be. But I'll be glad when get a run this one. This one's ain't been too enthused about the other one as much as I am this one because I know what I got now.
Yep. Okay. Well, I just shared on my Facebook. I went over to your page, picture that sweet looking car. I mean, of course, through the winter and here early in the spring, you've just piece by piece been putting this thing all together, and it's amazing what the finished product looks like, Gary.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. And then of course we got the little smart car that's painted just like it. As much as you can make a smart car look like a race car.
Yeah.
It's exactly the same as the race car. So it's a pretty good looking little outfit. So, all right, I won't take any more of your time up. Thanks for taking my call, and I'll keep you posted.
That's great. Yep. Once you get rolling, good luck, and yep, we'll be in touch. Sweet looking car. Yes, it is. All right. It is 844-844-3388. Back in two here on a Thursday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
As I typically do, wake up in the evening, of course, spend a couple of hours in the show prep room, scouring through the email, get all the latest industry headlines, all these things that I print out to share with you on any given night. And I came across, it was actually a Facebook post right about 11 o'clock this past evening, about less than 2 hours ago. Several weeks ago, it was kind of on our local news here in Cincinnati, Ohio. A young man that I had the privilege of working with several years ago. Now that the time flies, it may have been 5-6 years ago by now. But remember Brandon Seho, for those who've been listening to the program, he produced, maybe a year for my overnight program when I was on 700. And he had just come out of the University of Cincinnati, broadcast school and whatnot, and he was looking to get into the television side of news, his dream to be a sportscaster. At one point, he actually did a really cool expose. They brought the professional cameras from the school in to my studio, did a little, like a 60-second breakdown of the America's Truckin' Network at the time, and he took some of the footage out of the archives, how the Truckin' Bozo had started the program. It was a really spiffy piece. I think he got a very good grade on it. Anyway, got a job at the news desk at one of our local Fox affiliates in Cincinnati. And in fairly short order, he was down in Columbus, Georgia at the time, doing sports for a station there. Next move, in fairly short order, he was moving up so quickly. New Orleans. He became the on-the-field reporter covering the New Orleans Saints for a couple of years. And then the dream comes true. He gets offered a job to be a sportscaster in his hometown of Cincinnati, Ohio. So he's back again, and he's been on television here at the local station for several years now. But there was a post that he's taken a break from broadcasting, having some issues, mental issues, stress, anxiety, I guess, depression. Just needed to get away from things for a period of time. And I'm going to share what he wrote. Again, he just shared this about 11 o'clock this past evening, telling everyone what's going on in his life. And as I read through, I think, this is the kind of thing that others may very well be able to identify with, because you never know what's going on in someone's mind. Even though on the outside, they appear like you're living the dream, brother. Everybody loves you. And this is what he had to say. I've always felt alone. I don't know why, but I do. The first time I thought about suicide, I was 14 years old. The last time I thought about it was 2 weeks ago. I'll never forget when my mom caught me with the knife in the kitchen my freshman year of high school. I had no idea that was just the start of my 15-year battle with depression, and just the start of fighting for my life with myself. You see a sports reporter on the outside living the dream, but on the inside, I was a broken man. These thoughts of suicide never stopped. For years, I've thought about jumping off a bridge, lying down in traffic, crashing my car, just drinking until I feel nothing. The feeling of being alone is what kills me. Not literally, but almost. My mom is why I could never do it, because it would kill her. And I love her too much to put her through the pain of losing a child. Now, I love my life, my family, friends, my job. I'm the luckiest guy in the world. I get to be on TV every day to talk about Cincinnati sports in my hometown. I've interviewed the biggest stars, Joe Burrow. I've been at the biggest games, the college football playoff. And I truly have been able to live out my childhood dream. But there's always been someone missing. No matter how great my job is, how amazing my family and friends are, or how much of you watch me or follow me on Twitter, I still felt alone. I tried to fight depression on my own, like most of us do. It took me 12 years to ask for help. I finally started seeing a therapist in 2020, but after thinking I beat my depression and being happy for almost 2 years, I crashed. The past year has been the best and worst of my life. Professionally, I was reporting on the Bengals' run to the Super Bowl, the Bearcats making it to the college football playoff. I was literally doing the stuff I dreamed about since I was a kid. But personally, I was going through hell. I was working more than I ever have. The woman I thought I could marry broke up with me. I lost 3 family members, including my cousin Ben. The day before the Bengals playoff game in Nashville, he had a heart attack at 32 years old. He was supposed to be there with me while I reported on the game. So once again, I felt alone. The thought of suicide came back. A month ago, I actually wrote a goodbye letter. I was okay with me not being here anymore. And that's when I knew I needed more help than ever. I called my therapist. I asked to check myself into a mental health hospital. I could not be myself or perform professionally anymore. Honestly, I was sad and depressed every day. Checking into the mental health hospital was the hardest day of my life, but it was the best decision I've ever made. It wasn't easy talking about my problems, being vulnerable, or facing my depression in ways I've never have before. But after 2 weeks of therapy, treatment, classes, medicine, I feel the happiest I've ever been with myself. 2 weeks ago, I was still thinking about suicide. But today, I can tell you I'm never going to let that terrible thought creep back into my mind again. I have so much to live for. I can be happy on my own. And I am not alone. I want to share my journey of depression and fighting it to hopefully help someone reading this. I was tired of fighting alone, and you shouldn't have to either. Loving yourself is a powerful thing. This was the hardest thing I've ever had to do, but I owed myself this happiness. The answer is not the same for everyone, but my best advice is to do something. Call a therapist, talk to friends or family, but most important, don't be scared to ask for help. I want to thank everyone that's always been there for me. I can't possibly reply to everyone, but the love I've felt from family, friends, coworkers, players, coaches, and fans, the random people on social media, has been amazing. I am confident I'm a better person because of this. I'm truly happy for the first time in my life. I am winning this fight, and you can too. He then shares the suicide prevention line. Congratulations, Brandon. It was a pleasure working with you for that period of time. And man, I wish you the best. But maybe, just maybe, someone needed to hear that. And we'll return after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
U.S. and European leaders announced new sanctions for Russia on Wednesday. Reporter Lance Pry has the details.
The United States, G7 allies, and European Union are imposing more sanctions on Russia for invading Ukraine. Banned are new investments in Russia and blocks on Russia's largest bank. Also, new sanctions on President Putin's adult daughters. It should be noted the Biden administration continues to allow Russia's biggest oil producers to operate, financing Russia's war effort.
Federal Reserve officials are signaling that they will take a more aggressive approach to fighting high inflation in the coming months. Those actions will make borrowing sharply more expensive for consumers and businesses, as well as heighten risks to the economy. Last month, federal officials said the aggressive half-point rate hikes could be appropriate multiple times this year. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott is taking things into his own hands to secure his state's borders. Governor Abbott spoke on Wednesday.
To help local officials whose communities are being overwhelmed by hordes of illegal immigrants who are being dropped off by the Biden administration. Texas is providing charter buses to send these illegal immigrants who have been dropped off by the Biden administration to Washington, D.C. We are sending them to the United States Capitol, where the Biden administration will be able to more immediately address the needs of the people that they are allowing to come across our border.
Governor Abbott said the move is in response to the Biden administration's announcement that it will lift a pandemic-era emergency health order that allowed immigration authorities to turn away migrants at the border. Police believe at least 5 shooters were involved in the mass shooting in downtown Sacramento last weekend and that it was gang-related violence. 6 people were killed and 12 were wounded. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Oil executives answered questions from Washington about prices and price gouging.
On Wednesday, a House Energy and Commerce Subcommittee held a hearing to examine potential price gouging by oil companies. Testifying remotely at the hearing, Chevron Corporation's CEO Michael Worth says that Chevron is investing in increased production in America.
We do not control the market price of crude oil or natural gas, nor of refined products like gasoline and diesel fuel. And we have no tolerance for price gouging.
During the hearing, Democrats without proof accused the oil company executives of gouging consumers. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
A man who moved into his daughter's dorm at Sarah Lawrence College and charmed her schoolmates has been convicted of charges that he exploited the close-knit group of friends for power, cash, and sex. During Lawrence Ray's trial, jurors heard weeks of testimony from witnesses who accused him of exploiting the youngsters for more than a decade. It may be time to play ball, but 1 in 4 fans of Major League Baseball feel at least some anger toward the sport after its first work stoppage in a generation. According to an Associated Press poll, 27% of Americans say they're currently a fan of MLB, with younger Americans less likely than older ones to say they're fans. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. A DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you much. Welcome back as we roll into hour number 2. Every week's going well. Weekend on the horizon here as we work our way into a Thursday. We had been talking about the big warm-up out west. And really things very cool in the east. Looking at 47 degrees outside the secret bunker here at this hour. It's going to be kind of a crazy tug of war back and forth, which you see a lot of that in the springtime. That's where you get the clash of the air masses, warm, running into cold, severe weather, which we have not seen a shortage of in recent weeks. And the temperature swings can be very dramatic. And they tell us the weather over the next week, it's going to take it to the extreme as cold air sweeps in and out of the central and eastern regions. Well, the heat kind of comes and goes out west. That back and forth pattern could very well culminate in an extensive outbreak of severe weather over the mid portions of the country next week. Again, with the cooler weather bringing temperatures down 10 to 20 degrees below average for early in mid-April. You factor in the breezy conditions, it's going to feel even that much cooler. The biggest temperature plunge in the short term will be taking place between, well, the day ahead. Over the central states, it'll be from later today into Friday over the southeast. Start with Chicago after a high of 55 yesterday. You'll struggle to get much past 40 by Friday. And wind chill factors will be into the 20s and 30s. In Atlanta, Georgia, some 600 miles further south, where Gary was talking about headed down south, the high in the mid-70s here midweek will be swapped with highs in only the upper 50s by Friday. Temperatures are going to trend downward in the Northeast this weekend as well. After kind of peaking late this week, the change a bit less dramatic than what we'll see in the central and southeastern states. After a high near 60 in New York City for Friday, you'll be in the 50s over the weekend. Maybe cold enough, though, for a few wet snowflakes to fly over the higher elevations of the mountains from West Virginia to upstate New York and northwestern New England this weekend. You're going to have highs only in the 30s and lower 40s. But after that wave of cold air cycles through, a big change will be taking place. A large southward dip in the jet stream will be replaced with a massive northward bulge over the eastern half of the country. It'll be just the opposite in the western half of the nation. Now, that configuration may actually bring some of the warmest weather we've seen so far this season. From the Mississippi Valley to the Atlantic coast, it's going to wipe out record-challenging heat in California and the Southwest. The high temperature mark of 74 in Chicago and New York City, 80 degrees in Washington, D.C., 83 for Atlanta could be matched or broken next week. Meanwhile, record-challenging highs in the 90s in Los Angeles this weekend will be swapped with highs in the mid-60s early next week. But that's going to lead to a large storm evolving during that pattern change, bringing the chance of rain to the lower elevations in the southwest, including California, Nevada, and Arizona. The storm could also produce a sprawling snowfall over the mountains out west and parts of the high plains. But this pattern flip will have some serious weather consequences when these temperature flips. An outbreak of severe weather is going to be possible during the middle days of next week. This time, the threat may extend much further to the north compared to the multiple rounds we've seen in recent weeks in the southern states. The potential is there for a significant round of severe weather that starts on the plains next Tuesday, spreading from the plains to the Mississippi Valley, the Midwest on Wednesday. Severe weather could occur for many cities from Dallas to Omaha, Nebraska, yes, as far north as Chicago and St. Louis this time around. This could get nasty in terms of severe weather for the mid-sections of the country next week. Now, it looks like high pressure is going to set up along the southern Atlantic coast. Circulation around the high will allow that warm, humid air to be pulled from the Gulf of Mexico and the Caribbean right into that storm system. Obviously, it's still several days out, but already given us a heads up, so we'll be closely monitoring things. But even areas further north where you have not maybe encountered any severe weather yet this season, maybe start making preparations, be prepared for maybe backup power supplies in the event of tornadic activity. Have a plan in place. Know where you're going to go to seek shelter. So there's an early heads up for you. Now back to the calls. Morning, Chevy Guy. You've got an update on your South Carolina tornado, I believe.
Yeah, I got to see the damage this afternoon. Besides going through the town and hitting government buildings and doing major damage there, I guess that hurricane or tornado come around and it totally it was a heavy steel building with brick fascia. It was a farm, implements and, supply store.
Mm-hmm.
And it just totally disintegrated that building. There was no roof. All there was framing up. They had a international delivery truck sitting in the back, little farm truck. All the windows was sucked out of it. The roof was caved in, and the barn it was under it was just disintegrated. It had several of those big containers. They were using them as storage facilities, and they were slung over and on their side and around. It come across the road. It was coming when you seen it in the video, and I said, "There she is." That's when she was hitting and doing all that. She come across the road, hit the farms, and sucked up a grain silo, smashed it out in the middle of the cornfield, and when it hit the tree line, it snapped a whole bunch of trees, ripped off the roof on the barn. And it looked like it may have. It doesn't show it in the video. I was trying to record it, but I was looking at it, and it basically sucked back up, or the funnel raised up, skipped over top of us, really. And when it got on down, it skipped along, took out a lot more farms, sucked a tree right out of the ground.
Wow!
And rode it down on the road. So, yeah, Mother Nature is amazing. Everybody, I'm getting this pretty constant. And if that had been me, that would have run. I said, where are you going to run to? I mean, it doesn't matter. If it's going to get you, it's going to get you. And like that fellow was talking about depression, what worked for me is if you're miserable about your life, you turn it over to the Lord Jesus Christ and see what he can do with it. Maybe it seems like that's what we are. It's that simple, for being a Christian, all they were asked for us, we're not Jewish. It's Jesus Christ and him crucified. And I mean, it just, were you worried? Yeah, I went through storms in the Navy and on a ship. You just learn, you just deal with it when it comes. But when you turn your life over to the Lord Jesus Christ, I don't know how to explain it other than I'm too busy worrying about my own children. I'm too busy worrying about my wife. I'm trying to be careful with my employer, and I do got my dream job. When I left the Navy in Charleston back in '79, one of my dream jobs was hauling chips, running through the South. And I thought that was running a chip wagon was the thing to go, and that's what I'm doing for the last 20 years here.
Yep.
So I'm just saying that, I think the job can't be everything to you. Thank God we find, like you got you found your niche. I found my niche. I think the biggest thing in his story that is he lost a woman to support him in this life. And it truly, when the Bible says that they're a helpmate, they sure are. And I've got one at the house, and I can attest to that. So other than that, I'm amazed that nobody died in this down here in Allendale County. And just praise God for that. The destruction is like I said, was amazing. And here I sat right through it, and it's just all it did is rock a few trucks around real hard and knocked over every single plastic toilet on the property. So if you plan on going in that place for at least another month, you might as well forget about getting any. You better take care of your business before you go take care of business.
Yeah, right. I wonder who gets the job of cleaning up the porta potties. They ask you to clean those up?
Yeah, there's a man that gets paid to do that. Hopefully they stay pretty clean, so it probably won't be as bad over here in Charleston. In Charleston down here where I'm going, you lift up the plastic toilet seat on that one. Sometimes the stuff is right there. You can't even sit down without sitting in it. So, yeah, they're nasty anyway. But other than that, I'm going to sit back and copy the mail and enjoy the show. And thank God for the friends and the people that sent their concerns on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive family. Over and out.
Thanks for the update, Chevy Guy. Glad you pulled through safely. And in that video he shared, you could tell the truck was a rocking and a rolling. He made it sound like the video didn't really do justice to how that truck was rocking. But all right, our number 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111. I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, plenty of room for you. What's on your mind? At 844-844-3388. Now, let me see. There's Dean. Said I looked at the wrong weather on my phone. It's 83 in Phoenix. I was looking at the weather for Ackworth, Georgia earlier. He said what? He said it was 64, I think. Yeah, okay, so 83 in Phoenix. Wife says we had quite a bit of rain today, some of those thunderstorms there in Georgia. There's Wanda. Hey there, Georgia Peach on board, listening in tonight. Just wanted to say hello to all the wonderful new friends I made there in Louisville at the Mid-America Truck Show. Tell everybody be safe out there. And thank you, Wanda, for making that drive up to work with us there that weekend. You were very helpful. Morning to the Overnight Nation Country Bumpkin checking in from Decatur, Illinois tonight. Let me jump over to, as I mentioned at the outset, Texas governor. You heard that in the news there at the top of the hour. We're going to ship them right into Washington, D.C. I think that's brilliant. Now, first, let's go down to Missouri's Attorney General, who tells us this past day. This country is about to see a, quote, tidal wave of illegal immigration with the Biden administration's lifting of what is known as Title 42. Schmidt discussed the lawsuit that he and the attorneys general of Louisiana and Arizona had recently filed to prevent the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention from rescinding this public health directive. Last Friday, the CDC said, on May 23rd, we will end Title 42. That was implemented by President Trump at the time. At the beginning of the pandemic, it allowed border officials to expel migrants who attempted to enter the U.S. from countries where a communicable disease exists. And of course, COVID existed everywhere. I said, I think every state is now going to be a border state because the drugs that come across the border, the human trafficking that comes across, the criminals that come across illegally, they don't just stop in El Paso. They end up in places like Missouri, Ohio, Louisiana. So I think it's important for every state to stand up right now and push back against this disastrous border policy. What you're about to see at the southern border with the lifting of Title 42 is, again, a tidal wave of illegal immigration like we've never seen before. We have no idea who's coming across. Hell, there could be Russian assets, Chinese assets, people from all around the world who want to do America harm just coming across that border. I said there were three things that Trump did to achieve security at the southern border. One was the Remain in Mexico policy, which was basically Mexico, you are the waiting room while you're seeking asylum. Joe Biden changed that on day one and said, we're just going to release you into the interior of the country, and in many cases to never be seen again. The second was we were working on the border wall. He said border agents told him it was a very effective way of deterring illegals. Missouri and Texas have filed a lawsuit to finish President Trump's border wall. And then thirdly, of course, is Title 42. Joe Biden is lifting this at a terrible, terrible time. And I think we're going to see more drugs. We're going to see more criminals. We're going to see more human trafficking. It's going to be a total disaster. There are reportedly thousands waiting in Mexico for Title 42 to be repealed so they can come on in. When asked about working with Democrat attorney generals or lawmakers like Joe Manchin of West Virginia to keep Title 42 in place, he simply said, well, I'd love to have him join us. This should not be a partisan issue. I mean, this is actually all about public safety. It's about national security. Which leads us to Texas Governor Abbott. Let's send them to D.C. The state will provide charter buses to drop off migrants, many which are going to be released into small Texas communities that are already overwhelmed. We're going to take them to Washington. We'll send them to the United States Capitol, where the Biden administration will be able to more immediately address the needs of these people that they're allowing to come across the border. He noted cities along the Texas-Mexico border have been busing migrants into San Antonio. So I said, you know what? I've got a better idea. As opposed to busing them to San Antonio, let's keep the ride going right into Washington, D.C. The first location where they'll be dropped off is the United States Capitol. W. Nim Kidd, chief of the Texas Division of Emergency Management, said his agency will use as many buses as we need to follow this directive. In past emergencies, up to 900 buses have been activated at any given time for evacuations, which gives you an idea of just how many people we're talking about. Also, Abbott signed an order directing the State Department of Public Safety to conduct enhanced inspections of vehicles crossing into the U.S. from Mexico to ensure residents are not put in danger by unsafe vehicles or unsafe drivers. He's also announcing actions to deter illegal immigration Things like using razor wire in low water crossings. This week, the Texas National Guard will begin the first phase of mass migration rehearsals in preparation for this influx that they anticipate. If you are a caravan organizer and you think you're going to overwhelm or overrun a port of entry, we're going to be there waiting for you. According to the Texas National Guard Adjutant General, obviously areas along the border used heavily by human smugglers will also now see increased lighting at night. These actions announced this past day will be funded by local taxpayers. Securing the border does not come cheap. Securing the border would cost Texas nothing if the federal government was doing their job. But because Joe Biden is not securing the border, the state of Texas is going to have to step up and spend Texas taxpayer money to do the federal government's job. Interesting prospect. What do you think, Biden? I would presume the question will be asked of the secretary, maybe in today's press briefing. What do you think about the idea of busing potentially thousands or tens of thousands of these illegals there into Washington, D.C.? Let D.C. direct. Let the lawmakers there, Democrats, Republicans alike, see what they're dealing with along the southern border on any given day. You see, it's 1,000, it's 2,000 miles away. Well, it's not in my backyard. That's their problem. How about we make it Washington, D.C.'s problem? Because they're the ones creating the problem. Dean says, what a brilliant idea for the illegals. Do you think the D.C. police maybe will close the exit ramps like they did for the People's Convoy? Yeah, we're not going to let the buses get off the interstate. All right, Roy says, I had to laugh. Someone said, give Texas back to Mexico. Problem solved. No, that ain't going to happen. All right, good to have you on board. It is 844-844-3388. Heat wave coming up next, and then lines wide open as we roll into a Thursday. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott said Wednesday that illegal immigrants released into his state will be sent by charter bus to the steps of the U.S. Capitol.
We are sending them to the United States Capitol, where the Biden administration will be able to more immediately address the needs of the people that they are allowing to come across our border.
The move comes after the Biden administration said it will eliminate the Title 42 expulsion provision. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer revealed the timeline for the Senate confirmation of President Joe Biden's Supreme Court nominee, Ketanji Brown Jackson. The confirmation vote will take place around 1:45 p.m. Eastern on Thursday. The procedural vote to end debate on the nomination will take place at 11 a.m. Eastern. And 31 countries plan a big release of emergency oil to ease gas prices. This is USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, aka Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, things reopened right about 5 hours ago. If you were caught up in that mess along I-40 in Arkansas. Here's the update. Thanks for throwing that my way, Big Sexy. A person in custody following a police situation that led to a shutdown on I-40. iDrive Arkansas reported there was a slowdown along the interstate about a little after 7 o'clock this past evening. The county sheriff said state police attempted a traffic stop. The individual refusing to get out of the car, and all lanes of I-55 had shut down in both directions. Arkansas State Police also said that as of 8:35 p.m., again about 5 hours ago, I-40 had then reopened. But See pictures of 3-4 lanes wide of nothing but bumper to bumper traffic. A lot of that was truck drivers. Ultimately, West Memphis police say the individual was finally arrested without any issues. I guess he finally gave up. And quickly mentions the hours of service suspended in Georgia after the governor this past day declaring a state of emergency following the severe weather on Tuesday. After touring the damage, Governor Kemp signed the executive order declaring a state of emergency about 1:15 this past afternoon. That is intended to relax the hours of service requirements so resources like petroleum products, emergency relief, disaster supplies, agricultural, and food products can be brought in more freely to the areas around the state that were impacted by those storms and need relief efforts. At least one tornado confirmed near Savannah, and at least one person dead there in Georgia as a result of the storms. And heat wave, what's happening this morning? Hey there.
Good morning, senor. Okay, for folks going east and westbound 40 at going through Winslow, Arizona, you're going to have a interstate closure with detours. For the westbound, it'll be the 289 exit, and for the eastbound, it will be the 286 exit. So it just a little inconvenience, but just don't bunch up. Give everybody plenty space, and everybody will be just fine.
Okay.
All right. The gentleman that was having issues with depression, I'm glad to hear you're getting better, brother. And just remember, keep the faith. Yeah, I was there in Phoenix earlier today, and I got to tell you, I'm not really impressed with Phoenix right now. Seems like to me that their hospitality industry ain't exactly what it was prior to the pandemic, and even now, with it supposedly taken care of, the pandemic, they're not, they just don't have supplies. Went to a motel where we company drivers go to, and it reeked of the ganja. I mean, it was so bad, I think I got a contact high. That's how bad it was.
Wow.
Just, Lordy. There's 3 restaurants out in that neck of the woods. I mean, immediately within the parking lot area. Only one was open to walk-in traffic, so to speak. But hell, they didn't have but half of the drinks that they had, in their dispensers. One of them, you could only drive through. And it's like, well, I don't have a car, and you won't let me walk through, so that's another one. Then they had an IHOP that they didn't have anything hopping over there except for 3 women of the night, and it just wasn't real good pickings over there. The whores divorce, So just not really good over there in Phoenix. And then taking 17 on up, I was in Quartz Junction. And again, it seems like at a brand new Love's truck stop, they just can't seem to keep it, they just can't keep the inventory there because all their drinks are either watered down because they just don't have enough of the syrup or the juice to mix in. So it's, man, it is bad in that neck of the woods.
Wow.
But you get up here on 40, and you stop at the truck stops on 40, east and west. Man, I tell you what, that is a whole different story. So I don't know what it is about I-10 in the Phoenix area. They just don't have the distribution. They don't have the production. I don't know. It just makes me wish I would have taken the El Paso load out of Albuquerque and turned around and came back rather than go to Phoenix and spend the night and, spend the day, whatever, 10 hours. But, it was bad. Now, weather-wise, I think they were talking about 93 degrees. But surprisingly, the air conditioner in my room kept that room nice and chilly. And had I known Buckeye Boy was over there, I would have hollered at him. And, met him once before in Edgewood, prior to the Walmart burning up. But, we had a real good visit here about a year ago. And, that's about it, And tell you what, Governor Abbott, if your aides are listening, all I can say is this: bravo. And it should have been done a lot sooner than this. But, politicians and bureaucrats, you're right. If it's not in their backyard or their front yard, they're not going to lift a finger to do anything. Then they'll probably be huffing and puffing and harumphing because all of a sudden someone dares bring their problems to D.C. So good, kudos for you, Governor. And this Kajani Brown, whatever that woman is.
Right, the Supreme Court nominee, yeah.
The only reason why she is there is for two reasons. And she can't identify one of them, but she is female and she is black. Now, I'm sure Martin Luther King Jr. is just rolling around in his grave because that goes against what he said. Judge not by the color of our skin, but the character. Hell,
right.
I can't even get it right.
Yeah.
But I mean, judge it by the character, not by the color. Well, apparently this woman is a character, a bad character, and that's the only reason. And when Biden said it will be a black woman, well, I'm sorry. I'm sure there were other people that were better qualified than this nitwit right there. I mean, child porn, people that, are watching it. Oh, they didn't know what they were doing. It was a science project. It was this, that, or another. She let them go, and then they turn around and did the same thing. It's like throwing money at a problem that's not going to get fixed via money. But it's just as soon as Democrats realize what their party is being hijacked, I think the better off we'll be. And the sooner that the Murkowski, that rhino out of Utah, and that one out of Maine, as soon as they get voted out, because I think their constituents are seeing that they made a horrendous mistake electing those people in office. They just need to dig deeper, find someone they can really trust to take over those Senate positions. Because, I mean, they might as well be Democrats. So, yeah. So, hey, did you hear Lee Thompson tied for 5th? And the girl that he tied with was told she could pose with the 6th place trophy, and they were going to give Lee Thomas the 5th place trophy.
I didn't catch that. No.
Oh yes, I heard that, and I believe it was on Tucker Carlson, and they had the woman that tied him for 5th. And, I mean, she held nothing back. She went off on the NCAA saying, this Title IX that y'all have, you just shattered it. You're not upholding the values of the NCAA. If you want to be trans, fine. I don't care. Do it. But if you're going to compete in a sport, you're going to do it with what you were born with. If you was born with a stem on the apple, guess what? You're going to be working with the men. And if you didn't have a stem, you're going to be swimming with the women. And I'd seen a meme out there that said men who don't want to date trans men or trans women were racist or bigots or whatnot. I was like, no, we just have more damn sense, you know. I'm sorry. I mean, if I see an attractive person and it's got a stem on the apple or it's been splayed, I'm sorry, that's not what I'm into. You know, there was an experience in Panama, and we called them Quakos, and they were boys that got the bumpers put on, and I mean they were the envy of the women there in Panama, but I mean they still had one characteristic that you just knew. Besides the hairy knuckles and the Adam's apple, they had the tree trunk a swinging. So he just, you know, it's, to me, it's disgusting. Someone else out there, it might be right up their alley, but for me, no. I'm pleased and happy to be with the woman I'm with. So, but anyways, enough preaching for me. I guess I better let you go.
Okay.
You
All right.
good night.
Hey, a
Tomorrow.
couple of interesting points to ponder, but all right. Speaking of the Supreme Court nominee, being the idea, because most people probably aren't following, very lenient on someone that was doing the child pornography thing. It's kind of like this is following the lead at a federal level of what we've been seeing in states like California. And in one case after another, we're now finding that this whole premise of, oh, well, they didn't really mean to do it. 10 years in prison, that's a little overkill. Let's let them out in 2, only to find them immediately back out on the street committing crimes once again. Latest example, Sacramento, California, the shooting that occurred this past weekend. What was it, 6 dead, 10 or 12 others injured? I believe they're now saying it was some sort of a gang-related incident, 2 rival gangs that apparently just ultimately opened fire indiscriminately in a large crowd on one another. But here's the kicker. First of all, I did mention the other night, after watching some of the video, I said I could swear there was a weapon being fired that was an automatic weapon, not some sort of a semi-automatic or even a bump stock. It sounded like a machine gun. Well, the police have announced, yes, they have found a stolen handgun that had been converted into a fully automatic near the bodies of those killed in Sacramento. Haven't released any additional details about the weapons used in the shooting, but they did confirm at least one gun at the scene had been converted into a weapon capable of automatic gunfire. Keep in mind, they didn't mention how a magazine that, was it a 15, most likely had a 30-round magazine, or some could have been even larger. I mean, they can put the drum magazines on these things. But if you'll recall, they said over 100 shots were fired in very short order as that all unfolded. Meanwhile, one of the suspects arrested in connection with the deadly shooting had actually posted a Facebook Live video of himself wielding a handgun just hours before the shooting took place. 27-year-old Smiley Martin had just been released from prison in February after serving his sentence for dragging his girlfriend home by her hair and beating her with a belt. Now, he's the brother of the other suspect that was apprehended on Monday, but there's more to the story. The second man arrested. He's a career criminal who was released early from prison, despite vehement opposition from the county's district attorney. According to documents obtained by the news outlet through a public records request, there's Smiley Martin. He was granted early release from prison in February of this year. He was 4 years into what was a 10-year sentence for domestic violence and assault with great bodily injury convictions. So this shooter should have been behind bars. Martin was arrested on Tuesday, charges of possession of a machine gun and possession of a firearm by a prohibited person for his role in the horrific shooting that killed at least 15 others injured. He's the one that recorded himself on Facebook Live with the handgun just before the shooting. One day earlier, his brother arrested for his role in the shooting. Later Tuesday, news broke that a third arrest had been made. If Sacramento County District Attorney Anne Marie Schubert's office had its way, Martin would have never been walking the streets that night. The documentation, the letter to the Board of Parole hearings in April of last year, the deputy district attorney detailed Martin's lengthy criminal behavior, his history of violent actions, which included robbery, illegal firearm possession, lying to police. Inmate Martin's criminal conduct is violent and lengthy. As shown by his pattern of conduct, he is an assaultive, non-compliant individual and has absolutely no regard for victims who are left in the wake of his numerous serious offenses. He has no respect for others, no respect for law enforcement, or for the law in general. If he is released early, he will continue to break the law. And that's exactly what transpired. Can't definitively say how many of the 6 dead and 15 wounded that he had actually pulled the trigger on, but I can guarantee it's a majority because he's the one that had the automatic weapon and was just unloading in that crowd. Should have never been on the streets. That's the mentality of this left liberal. California's your primary example. And this is the kind of things that are also trending to places like New York City. Oh, we need to let them out. They've done 2 years. I think they've learned their lesson. All right, we'll get back at it in 2. Pappy got you coming up right after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, right back at it here. Get back to the calls. What's going on, Pappy?
What's happening, Steve? Man, you know what, Steve? It's just not in California, New York. We're seeing a trend, right here in Hamilton County, where these violent criminals are becoming younger, and younger. It's scary, Steve. These kids have no regard for human life.
Mm-hmm.
And if they have no regard for human life, they don't have any regards for anything, Steve. I mean, they would kill somebody in cold blood and sleep like a baby that night. That's what we're dealing with.
Wow.
I think I told you this, man. When I was up in the hospital, one of the nurses found out what I did for a living. And she was like, a few months back, they were seeing these 14, 13, one was 12, age young boys coming into the hospital with self-inflicted gunshot wounds. Several of them. And in order to get into a gang, they had to shoot themselves in the leg. Right here in Hamilton County, Steve.
Wow. And 12, 13-year-olds, you're saying? Young kids.
Yes, sir. I mean, Steve, we could talk an hour on this all by itself. I mean, this all goes into the destruction of the family, and what these libs are trying to do to our kids, what they have done. But I think that might be a subject for another night, Steve, but you stole my thunder, man. I know we're getting to the top of the hour. You know what I was going to talk about. But, man, Steve, you blew my mind tonight with that opening on this laptop. Things that really make you go,
And
Steve.
I haven't got to the rest of the full story there. Yeah, but, I mean, 120,000 emails, 80,000 photos. And I mean, we know that there's a lot of stuff that was already published where things where he's like in the hotel room with the horde, smoking his drugs and all that and those sort of things. We've seen that, but how much of this is going to actually possibly tie in with maybe even Daddy Joe or Daddy Joe's brother? His brother is tied into. Hold that thought, though. I'm going to come back. We're going to get our news break, and it is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
U.S. and European leaders announced new sanctions for Russia on Wednesday. Reporter Lance Pry has the details.
The United States, G7 allies, and European Union are imposing more sanctions on Russia for invading Ukraine. Banned are new investments in Russia and blocks on Russia's largest bank. Also, new sanctions on President Putin's adult daughters. It should be noted the Biden administration continues to allow Russia's biggest oil producers to operate, financing Russia's war effort.
Federal Reserve officials are signaling that they will take a more aggressive approach to fighting high inflation in the coming months. Those actions will make borrowing sharply more expensive for consumers and businesses, as well as heighten risks to the economy. Last month, federal officials said the aggressive half-point rate hikes could be appropriate multiple times this year. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott is taking things into his own hands to secure his state's borders. Governor Abbott spoke on Wednesday.
To help local officials whose communities are being overwhelmed by hordes of illegal immigrants who are being dropped off by the Biden administration. Texas is providing charter buses to send these illegal immigrants who have been dropped off by the Biden administration to Washington, D.C. We are sending them to the United States Capitol, where the Biden administration will be able to more immediately address the needs of the people that they are allowing to come across our border.
Governor Abbott said the move is in response to the Biden administration's announcement that it will lift a pandemic-era emergency health order that allowed immigration authorities to turn away migrants at the border. Police believe at least 5 shooters were involved in the mass shooting in downtown Sacramento last weekend and that it was gang-related violence. 6 people were killed and 12 were wounded. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Oil executives answered questions from Washington about prices and price gouging.
On Wednesday, a House Energy and Commerce Subcommittee held a hearing to examine potential price gouging by oil companies. Testifying remotely at the hearing, Chevron Corporation's CEO Michael Worth says that Chevron is investing in increased production in America.
We do not control the market price of crude oil or natural gas, nor of refined products like gasoline and diesel fuel. And we have no tolerance for price gouging.
During the hearing, Democrats without proof accused the oil company executives of gouging consumers. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
A man who moved into his daughter's dorm at Sarah Lawrence College and charmed her schoolmates has been convicted of charges that he exploited the close-knit group of friends for power, cash, and sex. During Lawrence Ray's trial, jurors heard weeks of testimony from witnesses who accused him of exploiting the youngsters for more than a decade. It may be time to play ball, but 1 in 4 fans of Major League Baseball feel at least some anger toward the sport after its first work stoppage in a generation. According to an Associated Press poll, 27% of Americans say they're currently a fan of MLB, with younger Americans less likely than older ones to say they're fans. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Let's pick it up right there. Now we went through hour number 2. Did I neglect? I did neglect to give you your keyword. So maybe a couple minutes late. Better late than never. Here you go. First clue or keyword with our $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway here on a Thursday morning. Bounty. A.k.a. Bounty Paper Towels, or what's his name? The Bounty Dog, the Bounty Hunter. B-O-U-N-T-Y, Bounty. Go to tncradio.live or use the tncradio.live app. Enter that keyword, and that's your chance to win $1,000 and a shot at the $10,000 grand prize. We'll have another keyword before we wrap things up at 5 a.m. this morning. Stick around throughout the day on tncradio.live. Get another keyword during the morning grind between 9 and 11 a.m. And one more keyword during the evening surge, 5 to 7 p.m. This all Eastern time. So pay attention to your respective time zones. So an opportunity for 4 entries per day. All right, Hunter Biden. The plot continues to thicken with each passing day. And I think some in the mainstream media know that when this all does actually come to light, which I'm beginning to think maybe, just maybe it will. They're going to be, how would you put it? They've been covering up for Hunter and maybe Joe and Joe's brother, literally since prior to the 2020 election. This was all a breaking story months before the election ever occurred, at which point in time, mysteriously, you had the likes of even the then Attorney General William Barr, who most conservatives, including myself, thought, when he was appointed by Trump, I thought, this William Barr, he's going to get to the bottom of the Clinton scandal. He's going to get to the bottom of this. And magically, William Barr refused to even address the Hunter Biden laptop. Even got mouthy with then President Trump saying, I'm not going to discuss it. What the hell happened to William Barr? So now we've got this activist who actually initially gave lawmakers and the likes of the New York Post initially, the Hunter Biden laptop. He's now recovered more than 120,000 deleted emails, 80,000 images. It's a huge cache of new data from the laptop. He made that quote, I do not believe this would have been possible if I were to remain in the United States. Hunter, of course, has reported financial ties to not only Ukraine and Russia, yes, the two countries that are at war right now, but ties to China, the superpower that's backing Russia right now. Last month, you finally had the New York Times, the Washington Post, those who had been saying from day one, this is nothing but Russian disinformation, misinformation. There's nothing to see here. Admitting that, it's authentic. 9 months after they obtained them, 2 years after the intelligence experts said this information was disinformation. All right, the Times reporting that Hunter is indeed the subject of an active federal grand jury in Delaware looking into his business and tax transactions. Jack Maxey, also said the FBI failed to enter the laptop it got from the computer repairman Mac Isaac into evidence. They didn't do that for months. They essentially declared in their best opinion, you notice how they always use the weasel words, that this is a fabrication of elves in the basement of the Kremlin. Still to this day, I cannot understand how Leon Panetta, James Clapper, Michael Hayden, John Brennan, all declared it to be a fabrication. The cover-up of the laptop is a bipartisan problem. There are those on either side of the aisle that may go down with this. Now, he tells the Daily Mail of intimidating black SUVs outside his home, strange calls since he contacted the publication even last year. Very dear friends of mine, I'm quoting, very dear friends of mine, the sharp tip of the spear. We're making welfare calls to me every day, basically to see if I was still alive. Now, we've got an election coming up this fall, and my prayer is that every member of the United States House and Senate who are running for office this year get replaced. I'm saying Republicans and Democrats. We need to take back this country. If you weren't with us in the first hour, this guy, he's fled to Switzerland. He's in hiding in Zurich. And in the coming weeks, he said he is going to publish in a searchable online database all the details, what these 120,000 emails and images that he has recovered from the laptop. I'm not the tech guy. I mean, a lot of people think, well, I deleted that. It's gone. Somehow there's always some sort of a way to go back and retrieve even deleted emails. Remember, Hillary Clinton knew that. That's why she physically destroyed the hard drives and the smartphones and any device that may have had any information deleted from. You've got to physically destroy it and maybe burn it to make it unretrievable. All right, welcome back, Pappy.
Steve, let me tell you what scares me. If this dump of information does come out, right? We've seen what Hillary did to cover up her email scandal, right? To cover up all her corruption. That's the whole Trump-Russia collusion hoax, Steve. That's why this was done to Trump, to cover up the Clinton scandals and the corruption with the Clinton Foundation. What scares me with this dump, Steve, what are they willing to do to cover this up or to make it go away or to make some other headline news come about where this doesn't get talked about? What are they willing to do, Steve?
Could we go so far as could we make it appear that Russia has maybe ventured into Poland, and we're going to have to, all of a sudden, NATO's going to be called on to join this war?
Steve, you are hitting the nail on the head. That's exactly where my thoughts were going. Man, I'll tell you what, let's take a quick walk down memory lane real quick, Steve, if you don't mind here.
Yes, sir.
First of all, Max, the owner of that computer store, they crushed him, Steve. The left got to him. Since this all went public, he had to shut his store down. He was getting death threats, and he had to go into hiding. So, listen, Hunter brings in this laptop into this computer store. He doesn't come back and pick it up. Therefore, after, 6 months, the laptop now becomes the owner
property.
Becomes the owner property of the owner of the store, right? Mm-hmm. He gets into the hard drive, Steve, and what he sees blows his mind. He calls the FBI. The reason he called the FBI, Steve, was not because of emails and all this other stuff. It was because of the child abuse, sexual content that he's seen in this hard drive, Steve. I think it was Chevy guy that was speaking about that a couple nights ago. Some of these images are bad. That's why he called the FBI. Stevie was fearful the FBI might try to cover it up and nothing is going to be done about it. So he made copies.
Yep.
Copies, Steve, meaning more than one, right? After nothing was done about it, he doesn't hear back from the FBI, nothing. He starts to fear that his thoughts were coming true, that ain't nothing going to be done about this. This man is going to get away with what he was doing to these children. So what's he do? He gets a hold of Rudy Giuliani.
Bingo.
Right? Gives it to Rudy. Rudy gives it to the New York Post and says, hey, do some journalism. Find out if this is a real deal. They do some journalism, find out they can corroborate some of this, and they post that story. And what happens? Stuff hits the fan, Steve. So when the media comes out and starts calling this all Russian disinformation, what happens, Steve? Let's don't forget about this gentleman that came forward. Tony Bobolinsky.
Yep.
Remember him, Steve?
Yep.
I believe it was Tucker gave him a long interview. Tony Bobolinsky was in business partners with Hunter and Jim Biden. He's the one that came out and said these emails talking about the big guy.
It's real.
Saying
it's
that
Joe.
The big guy's Joe Biden. Now, it's funny, you talked about that grand jury that was just conducted the other day. See, they got testimony from an unknown witness under oath stating Joe Biden is the big guy, and this is how he proves it. So we can probably guess who that unknown witness is. But the good thing about this, Steve, it's now on the record. It's an official record now in the court system that we got a witness saying the big guy is Joe Biden. Steve, for the last several years, been saying how Washington, D.C. isn't nothing but a massive money laundering machine scandal. Throw the United States under the bus, bring down this country. It doesn't matter, all to get rich. And it's the Republicans, it's the Democrats, and whatever's in this laptop this dude might dump is going to show all of it. And that's why nobody wants this thing to come out. Nobody in D.C., the swamp. I'd hate to see what this thing, what's on that laptop, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we already know that China gave the Biden family $8 million, Steve. $8 million. And it's going to show that, you know, they were involved in all this corruption in Ukraine, you know, for how many years now? This could get really crazy if this happens.
Hunter Biden was pretty much a desperate, broke drug addict. He lived on drugs and hookers, who somehow magically has, I don't know for how long now, I guess since Biden became president, is living in a $20,000 a month mansion out in California. Now, did you hear this week that apparently the Secret Service is having to fork over $30,000 a month to be near him to protect him? See, Secret Service has to protect the president and the president's family.
Yes, sir. They sure damn do. But the media is trying to spin this now, Steve, that all this laptop deal and all this Hunter Biden's business dealings, you know, hey, here's what they're saying. Listen, this guy was a drug addict, you know, he was out of control, you know, and this is the reason his actions were the actions of a drug addict. You know, Joe Biden, the president's got nothing to do with this.
And Joe has lied from the beginning. That's what they're trying to say. Joe said he never discussed his son's business transactions. This, I believe, that there's going to be documented proof that he indeed did have a lot to do with said business transactions.
There's email proof, Steve, in that laptop that he's flat out lying. Steve, they got photographs of Hunter Biden, Joe Biden, and these business partners from China, Steve, and Russia. I was talking about a mayor in a city of Russia somewhere, deeply involved. You know, everybody comes into the White House, Steve. They got to sign a little book saying, "Hey, I'm entering into the White House." They can get to the bottom of this.
Who was the dude you were telling me about? The $90 million yacht that was on our News USA Radio News last year. The $90 million yacht, some Russian oligarch that was seized day before yesterday. Who did that dude have ties with?
Steve, another thing, man, that hit the news that just blew my mind, right? So the United States Justice Department, the Department of Justice, the Spanish authorities acted pursuant to a request from the Department of Justice for assistance in the following the issuance of a seizure warrant filled out by the United States District Court of the District of Columbia. They seized a $90 million yacht in Spain, and the owner of that yacht was Victor Vetzenberg.
Yeah, who's that guy?
Now, this guy was the head guy in charge of the Skokovo project. Your listeners and you have heard me talk about the Skokovo project for a couple years now, Steve. If I need to refresh memories about the Skokovo project, it was this Russian United States joint operation where they wanted to have this Silicon Valley. Russia wanted to have their own Silicon Valley, and it was going to be in Skokovo, Russia, right? So they needed to get the United States to join in on this. Hillary Clinton was in charge of the State Department when all this happened under the Barack administration. This is back in 2010, 2011. So Hillary Clinton came out in support of this project. There was 28 companies involved. 17 out of the 28 companies in Russia and the United States donated millions of dollars to the Clinton Foundation. Millions. Come to find out that this was a spy operation on the part of Russia to steal information, high-tech information, and Defense Department information, Steve. They stole this high-tech information, and that's how they did the research and development on these new hypersonic missiles you are hearing about.
Yep.
They stole that information from us. Russia did. And Hillary Clinton supported it. Along with the Uranium One deal, Steve, where they sold the mining rights, the United States gave up their so-called we had the shareholders, right? We were the top shareholders in these uranium mines out of Canada. Why in the world would we sell that to Russia? The whole Uranium One deal, we sold that deal to Russia, gave up a lot of our rights to the uranium mines, and Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama came out and supported that too.
And
they supported.
Was there at one point in time there was one guy by the name of Bill Clinton that we all know went over to Russia and gave some sort of a speech and address for, was it $500,000 or dollars, something like that, way over the going rate. But he wanted to meet with somebody there. Who was that?
He wanted to meet with Victor Vetzenberg.
Oh, the guy who we just seized the $90 million yacht from?
Yes, sir.
Huh.
He went over there and gave a speech, got paid by a bank, $500,000. Now, the bank that paid him that $500,000 is the same bank that was involved in the transfer of money on the Uranium One deal. He requested from the State Department on that same trip to Russia to meet with Victor Vetzenberg. This is back when the Skokovo project was all coming about, Steve.
Mm.
He also had dinner at the Clintons' estate in a high-class little dinner engagement at the Clinton estate. And, Steve, let me tell you, not anybody and their brother just gets an invite to a high-stake dinner at the Clintons. This same guy they just took that yacht from had dinner at the Clintons' house. What do you think they were talking about, Steve?
How to make sure this stuff never comes to see the light of day.
Dan Bongino wrote a book, Steve, Follow the Money. Follow the money, you'll make all the connections. And this all ties into the Biden laptop too, the connection between the DC swamps, Ukraine, China, Russia, and I'm telling you, DC threw this country under the bus to make millions of dollars each. Millions for everybody involved. And that's why, dude, if this information gets dumped with names of congressmen, senators, there's going to be a shakeup, Steve.
How did he put it? Something that may turn Washington upside down as we know it.
Yeah. And what are they willing to do to prevent that from happening? Oh, my. Hold on to your seat, brother. And I know you gave me a lot of time here. I appreciate it, Steve, but this is important. This is important. You blew my mind, man, when I first heard you talk about that. I was like, oh, my goodness. Here we go. All right, man. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah,
Keep
thank
an eye
you.
on this, my sir.
Yep. Thank you. He's staying on top of things. Yeah, I mentioned the grand jury deal. A witness in the Hunter grand jury proceedings was asked earlier this week about Biden's deal with the Chinese energy conglomerate. They also wanted the identity of the, quote, the big guy. Sworn testimony in Wilmington, Delaware. Citing the Post report, a source familiar with the grand jury's work says the question had been posed after the witness was shown a piece of evidence which included the cryptic query of the number 10 held by H for the big guy. 10 held by Hunter for the big guy. Was that 10%? Was that a 10? Yeah, the line of grand jury questioning follows up a separate New York Post report from back in October of 2020. Again, prior to the 2020 presidential election, where James Gilliar, the former business partner to Hunter Biden, outlined the proposed percentage distribution of equity in a company that was created as a joint venture with CEFC, the China Energy Company. The identity of the big guy has yet to be publicly verified. But if you remember, as Pappy just mentioned, back in October of 2020, Tony Bobolinsky, the U.S. Navy veteran, former Hunter Biden business partner, maintained Joe Biden was the big guy. In other words, Joe was getting a 10% kickback from these multi-million-dollar deals with China being worked out with Hunter. But the big guy, Joe says he never discussed any business dealings with his son. Back after this.
USA Radio News.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott said Wednesday that illegal immigrants released into his state will be sent by charter bus to the steps of the U.S. Capitol.
We are sending them to the United States Capitol, where the Biden administration will be able to more immediately address the needs of the people that they are allowing to come across our border.
The move comes after the Biden administration said it will eliminate the Title 42 expulsion provision. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer revealed the timeline for the Senate confirmation of President Joe Biden's Supreme Court nominee, Ketanji Brown Jackson. The confirmation vote will take place around 1:45 p.m. Eastern on Thursday. The procedural vote to end debate on the nomination will take place at 11 a.m. Eastern. And 31 countries plan a big release of emergency oil to ease gas prices. This is USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to service all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Okay, right back to the phones we go here at 844-844-3388. What's going on, Big Sexy?
Not much, Steve. Did you see that email I sent you?
I shared a couple of emails.
I know that one about the standoff. That's been taken. That's opened back up now.
Right.
But that other one, that's a sad deal, ain't it? About that guy in Alabama that the tornado come through there.
Yes.
I mean,
I did share that. Yeah,
his wife being taken off life support and his home getting damaged all. Something else I wasn't going to touch on it, but after listening to Pappy, he was tying everything back to, Clintons and all that. If you'll do a little research, the stuff with the Clintons go way back to Mena, Arkansas, and a couple of deaths down there. There's bodies tied to the Clintons like crazy. They've always been corrupt.
And we've been saying that for years and years, right? The body count that just keeps getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah. We us people here in Arkansas, we know all about the Clintons. We know them well, real well.
Yeah.
But, this stuff may tie back to even former presidents, stuff with that laptop. It'll take stuff back to Obama.
I'd say there's a distinct possibility.
So, like Pappy was saying, can you imagine what they'll go? And the media is not going to want to report on it. They hadn't so far.
They've spent the last, 2.5 years trying to say it was nothing but disinformation. But you notice now that the New York Times, Washington Post, even the likes of CNN, they're all admitting, the laptop is real, but as Pappy just mentioned, they're still trying to twist it that, Joe Biden didn't know anything about all this stuff that Hunter was doing. But I think incrementally it's all coming to light.
Joe Biden's
Yep.
He's the big guy. There's no doubt in that. Well, that's all I had for you. I always miss the first couple hours of the show waiting on papers and stuff.
What time did they?
I catch bits and pieces every now and then. So.
What time did they finally get your papers to you the other night when they were having the issue with
I got away from the Jonesboro Sun, pulled out of the parking lot at 6 a.m. I walked into my apartment done, back home at noon.
Wow.
We got deadlines. If you don't get them to these post offices by a certain time, because we bypass the sorting center, don't go from Jonesboro to Memphis and then come back. We take them straight to the post office. So if we don't get those bags there by the deadlines, they don't get in that day's mail. So only about 4 of my post offices got theirs in time to get them in the mail that day. The rest of them were delivered the next day.
Wow. Yeah, so normally you get home at like 5 or 6 a.m., don't you? And you didn't even get to start moving stuff till that time.
Well, it also affects my rack sale. And I got a rack in Mark Tree that does real well. That day, it only sold one paper because they didn't get the papers to 10 o'clock.
Wow.
Or after 10 o'clock. Everybody'd already come and gone that buys them first thing in the morning,
Yeah.
So, it hurt us, too, because, that rack money is our money. So, but there's nothing you can do when they don't get here on time. And it seems like we got a driver that was making the drive in about 3.5 hours. Now it's almost 4.5 hours. It gets longer and longer every night. But you pay for what you get, and when they pay minimum wage, that's what you get.
Okay.
That's the whole reason they stopped printing them here. Our minimum wage is $11 an hour. Minimum wage in Kentucky is $7.25. That's why they quit printing them here and got rid of all that staff that printed them and done the papers here. print them over and truck them over, and then we deliver them. Got rid of a whole bunch of carriers and everything. That's why. We don't get minimum wage, but, that's what the workers get,
Gotcha.
We've got a contract, so much per post office and all that, but that's what it boils down to. When you pay minimum wage, you get what you pay for. But that's what I had for you tonight. I'll back out here and listen to the rest of the show.
All right. Thanks for
checking in. We got good weather tonight, so.
Yep. Yeah, better than 24 hours ago, right? You were pretty much under the gun last night. I saw the big storms rolling through. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Big Sexy. I've got a couple from the email bag here. By the way, Steve at hotshotsecret.com is the email. Tom says, Steve, it's been customary to listen to the show, then write emails or waste time on the net while listening to the program. Well, not now. If I minimize the program, it fades away to nothing. It didn't do this until recently, as I recall, he says. So maybe you can ask the powers that be about this, and maybe that can be rectified, and unless this is the new norm, to which case I would need 2 devices to search the net and listen to the show. But how many people are going to actually do that? I appreciate the heads up. I will forward your email to Josh and see if anything's changed. I'm not aware of anything, but hey, see what I can come up with. Then got an email from Doughboy. Question for you, Steve. What is Horsefeather's team name on Make-A-Wish so I could join? I know it's it's Hot Shot Secret Make-A-Wish team. Right now, Kyle would be listed as the team captain, I believe it is, and unless someone else had joined since yesterday, I don't think anyone else is on the team, but Horsefeathers. So check that. Horsefeathers will be calling here at some point. He'll, again, let me know where you can find that. I think it's got to go to the Make-A-Wish Mother's Day Convoy website, and they've got all these various teams and whatnot to click on. But this would be the Hot Shot Secret team. All right, let me see here. Philip on board this morning. What's happening in the Sunshine State, Philip?
I'll just heading to work, buddy. We supposed to have some weather down here today?
I think some of those storms that were pushing through the south, I think they're going to be that line is going to be dropping down your direction.
Yeah, that's what I heard. I heard it's going to be like midday down here. We're going to get it. Hey, Steve, has anybody been paying attention to Sri Lanka? The country of Sri Lanka?
Sri Lanka? And I can't say I've heard anything. What about?
Sri Lanka is trying to get their president out right now. And their country is in really it's in turmoil right now. They've had a lot of protests to get the president out because they've had so much economic turn there with the COVID and everything in Ukraine now. And that country's in pretty close to being in a famine state.
Okay,
and
yeah,
it's
all
a pretty
right.
bad situation.
People can't get food. I think Pappy sent me a link to something. It's Sri Lanka, and there's another couple of countries that are also dealing with food shortages and whatnot. He mentioned last evening that with this whole Ukraine thing, he's concerned that will we potentially even see some of this stuff here in the U.S.?
I don't know, but I will tell you this: it's crazy. All the cabinet and the ministry there has resigned. They're trying to get the president out right now.
Wow.
The protests are over the president. They get a lot of their stuff from China and Russia, and they're in fuel shortages and food shortages, and it's just a little island. It's off of, well, it's not a little island. It's a pretty big island. It's off of India, and it's in turmoil. I guess the British had it back in the 40s, and then they parted with them, and then it's been crazy over there right now.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just little things like that. I think a lot of people here in America need to pay attention to that kind of stuff because that could happen here at home. It could happen here at home. And something else I'm seeing with this Hunter Biden thing, I'm seeing they're bringing in Joe's brother in the deal. Have you heard more about that?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, from the very beginning, back when the likes of Twitter and social media banned any discussion of it, Hunter and Joe and the big guy were all tied into these business dealings. Absolutely.
Yeah, I watch in the afternoon before I go to bed at night. I watch the CBS national news, and they usually don't say nothing about this. They haven't said anything at all about Hunter and Joe's brother. But yesterday, it wasn't the main story. It was about halfway through the newscast they had about the brother and Hunter and the situation with them. And I don't know if you saw it, but did you see Milley? The General Milley come on there and talk more about this deal with Ukraine. Have you heard his comments about it?
I think I touched on some of that last evening. The fact that this is going to be a multi-year, protracted war that we are going to be involved in was the way he made it sound.
Yes. He said that he's really concerned about this because he knows it. He didn't say it outright. He thinks it's going to draw us in.
Correct.
The way it's going between the deal with Russia and then also with China. And by the way, that deal with Sri Lanka, they borrowed a lot of their money from China. Okay? And they said that a lot of, in the articles I've read about it, that the reason that the situation has turned into what it's turned in there is because of the loan debt amount that they have, the amount of money they have in the bank, and the debt amount they have in the bank, or debt they've got with the bank. And it's all deal with they borrowed a lot of money from China. India has been trying to help them as much as they can, but there's only so much they can do. But we need to pay attention to that. And it was all over inflation and the pandemic to start. That was the start of this. And then now the situation in Ukraine has made it even worse. But that's all I pretty much got today, Steve. And tomorrow is that big launch, so we'll see if SpaceX can get her off the ground. So we'll catch you later, buddy.
The Axiom thing, right? That's the four SpaceX guys are going to be going up to the International Space Station. All right, before we get back to the calls here, which room for you at 844-844-3388. Couple of other stories that would tie into one another, the way I see it. Now, the United States, apparently has just approved a sale of up to $95 million worth of what they're calling training and equipment to support Taiwan's Patriot air defense system, a.k.a. the Patriot missiles, like we've got them, the Patriot battery air defense, like that we see used in Israel, and we've used in other countries. Now, they just announced that on Tuesday. This undoubtedly is just going to piss China off even more. Now, I see here, quote, the proposed sale will help to sustain the recipients, Taiwan's, missile density and ensure readiness for air operations. The Defense Department added Taiwan will use the proposed training and equipment as a deterrent to regional threats and to strengthen their homeland defense. Now, there was a similar approval back in February of training and support for Taiwan's missile defense systems. This is the third military sale approved under this administration. The first major arms sale to Taipei was back last August when they approved, 40 155 millimeter medium self-propelled howitzer artillery systems. Now that angered China. The second deal, again, China immediately vowed to respond. What will China say about this? Meanwhile, just yesterday, Wednesday, there was a classified briefing with some U.S. lawmakers on the dire risks to our economy from semiconductor supply chain issues, as we're pushing Congress for $52 billion in funding to subsidize production. With each passing day, we continue to rely, who is the biggest semiconductor supplier on the planet? It's Taiwan. And with each step to incrementally piss off China even further, to maybe go into Taiwan, when that happens, if you think we've got problems with the inability to produce it, the automobile, the new car lots, they're about empty. New trucks. There's so much more that relies on these semiconductors. White House National Economic Council Director Brian Deese tells reporters the best estimates are the lack of available semiconductors. Probably took a full percentage point off gross domestic product last year. A persistent industry-wide shortage of chips has disrupted production, not only in the automotive and electronics industries, obviously forcing some to scale back production, but there's growing calls we need to decrease our reliance on other countries. Why? We should be full speed, full steam ahead right now, due to the fact that you can't just build a semiconductor producing factory overnight. We need to be on this. We should be 2 years into it already, getting ourselves away from relying on the likes of Taiwan or any other countries for these. A significant interruption to our supply of semiconductors could cause, quote, historic damage to the U.S. economy, damage far greater than the impact of the shortage on the auto industry right now. I mean, military advantages over our adversaries will be undercut. Technological competitiveness. The risks are profound, he says. What would the U.S. economy face with a severe disruption? Economic moves by key competitors, most notably China, around the escalating vulnerabilities we have from the semiconductor issue. Commerce Department analyst that was prepared for the briefing noted semiconductor fabs take years to construct. There's no quick fix here in the face of an emergency. Private sector investment in U.S. chip production is not going to be enough. It will not be sufficient to mitigate the risks associated with our supply chain vulnerabilities. So they're pushing for, again, billions of additional dollars. Should these sort of things, I don't know, why do we even have to debate this? We need to actually get things going to reduce our reliance on foreign countries. We'll be back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, in regards to Philip's question about Joe Biden's brother, you know, Hunter Biden's Uncle Jim, right? Yes, and it's really not new news that the three, Joe, Jim, and Hunter, were all involved in this several years ago. But yeah, all of a sudden, it's legitimate to report on it. Yes, Joe Biden's brother James has been linked to Hunter's shady dealings. It has emerged both men were paid huge retainers by a Chinese firm. Yeah, James Biden is 72 years old. James received $65,000 per month from the Chinese-linked consulting group throughout the year 2018. I mean, we're talking like $780,000. The cash was given to his Lion Hall Group. Meanwhile, the same firm which has links to China's ruling Communist Party, they were paying Hunter a cool $100,000 a month the same year, plus a $500,000 retainer, meaning he earned a cool $1.7 million from that firm in 2018. Further details on what exactly the pair were paid have yet to emerge. CBS News reported that a total of 150 of their transactions had actually been flagged as concerning by the banks. They underwent a review. The outcome of those reviews was not shared. These documents obtained by Senator Chuck Grassley on the Judiciary Committee. I mean, he spent 3 years digging into James and Hunter's business dealings, which he called very concerning. The plot just thickens. It gets deeper and deeper every day, but we'll return after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Governor Greg Abbott of Texas is taking things to a new level in the fight against illegal immigration at the southern border.
Texas is planning to send any illegal immigrants captured at the border to the nation's capital.
Texas is providing charter buses to send these illegal immigrants who have been dropped off by the Biden administration to Washington, D.C. We are sending them to the United States Capitol, where the Biden administration will be able to more immediately address the needs of the people that they are allowing to come across our border.
Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott speaking to reporters on Wednesday. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Jet fuel supplies are draining fast on the East Coast. Jet fuel stockpiles there fell for a third straight week to their lowest level seasonally since 1996. This is USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, Withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
Vaccine experts are meeting to discuss the U.S. strategy for future COVID-19 booster campaigns. Key questions include how often the vaccine should be updated against new viral strains and who should get them. The Food and Drug Administration vaccine chief says it's important to begin discussing the process for updating vaccines now. A subsidiary of one of the largest U.S. wind energy companies has been sentenced to probation in order to pay more than $8 million in fines and restitution after at least 150 eagles were killed at its wind farms in 8 states. NextEra Energy subsidiary ESI Energy pled guilty. Prosecutors say the company was warned its wind farms would kill birds, but it proceeded without a required permit. The company president said collisions of birds with wind turbines are unavoidable. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Gunsmoke. Fort Laramie. Have gun. Will travel.
Frontier Gentleman.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On many of these radio stations or online. Just search for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
The U.S. Supreme Court has halted a prior court ruling that struck down a Trump-era rule limiting state and tribal authority to veto projects that could impact their waters, including pipelines. The Trump rule in question, nixed by a federal court in October, limited states' authorities to block projects by giving them a strict one-year time limit to do so. If it did not meet this time limit, the government could determine that it had waived its veto power. Some people can put off paying for student loans until later this summer. Reporter Lance Pry explains.
The White House announced the federal government will continue pausing student debt payments through August 31st. President Biden said in a statement Wednesday, the United States is still recovering from the years-long coronavirus pandemic, necessitating further leniency on loan payments. The government holds loans valued at over $1.5 trillion nationwide.
More than 25,000 people are expected at the Miami Beach Convention Center through Saturday for Bitcoin 2022. The event is billed as the world's largest Bitcoin gathering. Hundreds of speakers will discuss the latest crypto trends this week, including Shark Tank's Kevin O'Leary and Green Bay Packers quarterback Aaron Rodgers. And Eric Boehlert, a celebrated journalist who founded Press Run Media, has died. He was 57 years old. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us.
And we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9, Black Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Blacktown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. And it don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, you'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
Thank you, Big Moose, as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Thursday. 3:07 Eastern, 12:07 on the West Coast. All right, where we leave off there, our number is 844-844-3388. It's coming up just around the corner. Not this weekend, but the following. Kyle's going to be hitting the road with the Hot Shot Secret sponsored booth. Headed south, headed to the Battle on the Asphalt. Presented by Hot Shot Secret. They'll be there. It'll be Friday and Saturday, the 15th and 16th of April. US 60 Dragway, Hardinsburg, Kentucky. All right, this is a big one, he explains. Organized by fellow Hot Shot Secret dealer and sponsored racer, Quinn Sherman from Quinn's Chassis Shop. The Battle on the Asphalt, it's almost here. This old school style of no prep racing will launch off a flashlight start. And the who's who of no prep racing will be in the field this year, including many Hot Shot Secret sponsored racers. The lock-ins are still coming in from around the country. He said we already have one of the largest fields of cars in no prep history, over 60 small tire cars already locked in, over 50 big tire cars locked in. So there's a whole lot of money up for grabs here. 3 classes competing: hard tire, small tire, big tire. There's also a fun plan for the kids, 2 classes of Power Wheels racing, modified and stock. So big time fun for the whole family. Again, Hot Shot Secret is the title sponsor of the Battle on the Asphalt. Kyle's going to be headed down to Kentucky along with Diesel Don, setting up the Hot Shot Secret vendor booth for all the racing action. If you're not familiar, you have US 60 Dragway. It's about an hour southwest of Louisville, Hardinsburg, Kentucky. So if you're going to be checking out the racing action there Friday and Saturday, 15th and 16th, of course, make sure to stop by. See Kyle and Diesel Don. Tell them you're a fan of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Pick you up some merchandise there and enjoy. Morning to the Mercury Man. What's happening?
I got this Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. Oh, I'm sorry, Steve. You caught me singing there for a second.
It's stuck in your head now, huh? There you go.
Well, yeah, buddy. Look what Donald Trump did. You would never hear none of this stuff if he hadn't got elected in 2016. None of this stuff would have come to light. Any of it. Well, they thought Hillary was just going to run away with that.
Yes, sir.
With that election, buddy, and just just all of it was going to be swept under the rug. She was going to take care of everything, you know. And what a shock. What a shock to the system that he won that election. It was so shocking that she couldn't come out that night and give a concession speech. They had to do something fast, and they had to do something that was unprecedented. That's why they come out the next day. They had to rewrite the whole speech.
Yep.
They come out the next day, and if you notice, if you look at pictures of when they come out the next day, you got Bill in the background, you had all the other big wigs behind her, and every one of them was wearing the same color purple. Bill had a purple tie on, she had a purple lapel on, and the other guys had purple tie, all of them same color. And I still say to this day
that was a signal. It was a signal,
kind of visual
right?
Signal
to somebody. Yep.
That's right. To get something going, that was a signal to somebody way back in the background saying, "Okay, we got to wipe this stuff clean. We got to get rid of it now. We got to do what we got to do to stop, just to hinder him in every which way we can." And they did. They pretty much shut him down. He couldn't do nothing. Nothing that was on the agenda anyway. You know, maybe one or two things he got away with, but they just swamped him down with so much legalese and, you know, attorney stuff and all kind of crap like that. You know, but yeah, them Clintons are dirty. They're in it for themselves, and it's just dirty as all get out. But I'm afraid the ball's going to drop. I think they got something brewing. That guy overseas now, he had to go over there to get this stuff out, you know. But I think something's going to happen. But honestly, I don't think he's going to run again. I don't think Trump is going to run again. I just got a feeling that he's not going to do it. I think DeSantis is going to step up. What do you think?
I'm kind of inclined. I've been kind of leaning that direction. I mean, first of all, I just can't imagine why Trump would even put himself through, because if he were to run and if he were to win, it's immediately going to be 4 more years of exactly what he contended with last time around. Yep. And I think DeSantis is fresh. I think he's a little sharper than Trump. Trump has this bad habit of letting his mouth overload his ass, and I love Trump. Don't get me wrong. I think he was the best thing that ever happened to America at that time, but I don't think that it would work this time. But I think somebody like DeSantis would. And DeSantis is definitely politically savvy enough, and I guess at least we wouldn't be getting a whole bunch of mean tweets from DeSantis every day, you know, to hurt those lefties, hurt their feelings. Oh. Yeah, really. Ain't that the truth? Well, it just remains to be seen. I just don't know. I just don't know what's going to come of it. As far as all of our stuff overseas and all of our shortages and everything over here, it's going to hurt. It's just get ready. It's going to hurt for a little bit, but I think we're going to pull through this. I think we're going to come out, and I think we're going to be better for it on the other side. There's a few things that's got to happen first. If there's another Democrat get in the office, we're done. It's over. But if we can get somebody in there with some common sense that just loves the country, I mean that's the thing. They got to do away with this money hungry crap and just do it for the country. I don't know. It's just crazy. These politicians are something else. They're the only group of people that can actually lie to you and look you straight in the face and make you believe it. Mm-hmm. Huh? Well, much like Trump did, and do it legally. Trump wasn't. He would not kowtow, to the lefty loonies. And DeSantis is right up as far as his caliber of not kowtowing or backing down or having to feel that he's beholden to the left. He turns it right back at him. And I cannot understand how they have Mike Pence so close in a mock election to DeSantis or Trump or anybody. I think I heard a poll, it was yesterday, I believe it was, they had him 3 points behind DeSantis if they were running against each other. And I just don't, Mike Pence, he's too much of a nice guy.
he's got that but that particular political voice, and he points with his thumb, and everything. We're gonna do this to keep everything. Nobody wants to hear that crap. Everybody's tired of hearing that foo-foo, I call it.
Yeah.
We need some people in there that can handle the grit that comes with the job, and that can put people in their place when they get it.
I would suggest it's
we got a long 3 years to go.
Yeah, I would say it's probably all based on its name recognition. There's when you talk about the general populace, you have people that don't listen to the likes of talk radio and keep up with what's happening in the world around them. Yeah, a whole lot of the populace probably don't even know. Ron DeSantis, who's that? Never heard of the guy. They have no idea. Pence, on the other, having been vice president for 4 years, it's just probably name recognition.
Yeah, I think so. I think you're right too. I've tried to turn. You're talking about talk radio and everything. I've tried to turn some of my guys up here in the warehouse onto the app and everything. I don't know if they listen to it or not. But I've told several people up here, but I don't think they really listen to a lot of talk radio or whatever. I know a lot of them listen to music or whatever, stuff like that. But I think a lot of people just bury their head in the sand and just deal with whatever happens, But I know a lot of this. I know that a lot of the folks up here in the warehouse, they have regretted voting for Biden. I can tell you that, because every time I talk to them, they are griping about the gas prices. They can't stand it, because most of them all have these big Hemi Chargers and Challengers and everything, and all these big SUVs and all that stuff, and it's killing them. It's $90, $100 to fill their SUV and big pickups and stuff like that, and they don't like that. They don't like that at all. So maybe something will turn around. I don't know. I guess it remains to be seen. But I appreciate you taking my call there, Steve.
Absolutely. Hey, good to have you on board. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for giving us a ring. All right, I just Horse Feathers sent me the link to the for Doughboy, who was asking about the Hot Shot Secret team for the Mother's Day Make-A-Wish Convoy, Lancaster, PA. Yeah, he just sent me the link. I just shared that on my Facebook page. And I do see that there is another name on the team there. One Rob Finch has officially joined in. Hey there, Horse Feathers.
Hey, morning, Your Honor. Hey, real quick here. On the news there, they said that they're going to expand the deal there to not be collecting the money from the people that got student loans. They're gonna expand that out to what, August or something?
End of August now. Another extension.
Expand it. Now, didn't I see something about Biden was on the TV claiming that he'd gotten the most people back to work and lowered unemployment so much, and so many of these people? If all these people are working and making money, why can't they pay back their student loans? Just a question.
One thing you got to remember is Biden is the one who actually vowed on the campaign trail to erase or get rid of that student loan debt up to X, thousands of dollars, whatever it was, 10,000, 50,000, I can't remember, but he had made that promise. Yeah. So I think the push is on by the left to keep procrastinating. Don't make them start paying it back until we can get that promise of forgiving their student loan, so they'll vote for him again.
Yeah, and then don't forget, everybody's supposed to have free college too. Anybody going to college now is supposed to be able to go for free, right?
Yep.
So anyways, so I don't know. Guess we really probably didn't need to go there, but and don't forget, you were talking to Philip there, and he was mentioning about a country there that was indebted to China for loans. Do you know of another country that has a high amount of debt to China in loans? Can you think of one offhand that's kind of close to us? Oh, wait a minute, it is us.
It is us, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. High inflation, high debt to China and loans, and yeah, and then there's going to be this whole problem over there with Taiwan. Yeah, it ought to be interesting, Your Honor. Ought to just really be interesting. So, but anyways, I guess we might as well just go to Make-A-Wish and just be done with all that, and it's all too depressing. We'll go on to something fun. So yeah, we got Rob Finch on the team there. He's actually the one that called in last year and talked to you there. He's the other driver that we had call in. So
okay,
I don't know. Maybe at some point we'll get him when he's out here on an overnight or something. He can give you a ringy dingy there and maybe talk a little more. But so between the two of us there, we're up to I don't know like $4,000, and then it ends up that there's an insurance company that's here that's one of the more major sponsors, and they actually do a matching as well. So they match up to $100 for a certain amount of people that register by a certain amount of time. And apparently Kyle got the team set up and got registered. So his $100 donation actually got matched to $200.
How about that?
Kyle's 100 became 200, which now because of Hot Shot will be 400. So we'll take it. But anyway, but still, as I say, if anybody else wants to join the team, it's an open team. Anybody can join in if they want to make, raise donations or be part of it or whatever, or donate to me or to directly to the team itself, or however anybody wants to do it there. But other than that, I think things are going pretty good. I got a couple other leads that I actually came across yesterday there, so I got to work on developing them and see if we can make any of those come through. But yeah, I don't know. So we'll see where it all ends up at, I guess.
All I know is Mother's Day will be here before you know it, right? Coming up is it May, right?
Yeah, the second Sunday in May 8th.
So it's right about
it's early this year.
Right about a month away, just pretty close. About 5 weeks, I guess.
That it is. Yep, and still a lot of stuff to be done, and I'm sure there's a lot of stuff that a lot of people have a lot of things they're going to try to get done, and especially the guys that are bringing the trucks and trying to get them cleaned up and getting everything ready, and of course all the show truck season starting. But as I said the last time, there's a lot of people involved that do a lot of work behind the scenes, and they're all busy scrambling already, trying to get things in order and in place so that when the day arrives, they do a lot on Saturday and to get things set up, and the organization to try to get all the trucks in and everything. And it's a complete ordeal, and it's amazing that it really goes off pretty much without a hitch. And, but they're now, I believe this is the 33rd or 34th year. And, so they've had quite a bit of practice with it. So they got it pretty well down to knowing what they're doing. It's just this year is going to be the first full-fledged, whole carnival and all the Wish Kids on site and everything at the new location here at the Mannheim Auto Auction. But there's a lot of room, and Mannheim's real good, and they got a lot of help there to, for organizing and everything, and a pretty good plan of how they want to set everything up. So it looks like it's going to be right on track to being as good, great, and possibly even better than what they've had before. So we're really looking forward to it. And anyways, so I guess that's about what we got going for you. Got some fog in the area around here, up there at the Maryland-Pennsylvania border there, the Macy-Dixie line there. You got some fog there coming down on the road there, so visibility is kind of limited, probably maybe somewhere around an eighth of a mile. I don't know, might not even be quite eighth of a mile at times there. It's kind of gets thicker and lighter, so somewhere between quarter eighth, sometimes maybe down to a 16th of a mile. So
sounds like about
what do you say there to adjust your speed accordingly?
Correct. Sounds like you've got right about what we had 24 hours ago. Yeah, you do have fog advisories there on the East Coast. Yeah, right up through eastern Maryland, down into eastern Virginia, even down into eastern North Carolina. Fog advisories. We've got a beautiful, clear night outside the secret bunker this morning, unlike 24 hours ago. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the ad comes.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, a little bit late getting to that break, so we'll be rolling up to news break here before you know it. I did catch in the industry headlines this past day, allies of the United States, they say, are preparing to release 60 million barrels of oil in efforts to curb gas prices. The 31 nations in the International Energy Agency, which include the U.S., Australia, most of Europe, Japan, Mexico, and others, are planning for the release, the largest release in the International Energy Agency's 47-year history, at 120 million barrels. Now, half of that will come from us. How is it that you got all these countries, but so you're going to get 120 million total barrels? Half of it's going to come from us. When I can't ascertain is, I think, the 1 million barrels per day that we had already announced, totaling 180 million barrels over the next 6 months. So I believe that's on top of that. That'd be basically, 240 million barrels coming from the United States. But all right, news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Governor Greg Abbott of Texas is taking things to a new level in the fight against illegal immigration at the southern border.
Texas is planning to send any illegal immigrants captured at the border to the nation's capital.
Texas is providing charter buses to send these illegal immigrants who have been dropped off by the Biden administration to Washington, D.C. We are sending them to the United States Capitol, where the Biden administration will be able to more immediately address the needs of the people that they are allowing to come across our border.
Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott speaking to reporters on Wednesday. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Jet fuel supplies are draining fast on the East Coast. Jet fuel stockpiles there fell for a third straight week to their lowest level seasonally since 1996. This is USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
You're listening to The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, thank you much, and welcome back. It's 844-844-3388. Hang in there, Big Ed. Got you coming up right after Danny. Morning, Danny. What's happening?
Hey, good morning, Steve. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you was talking about those microchips and Taiwan making the biggest percentage of them in the world. But, you know, China's already got half control over that already. That's probably why they want the rest, because to make them things, they need these special rare earth minerals.
Yep.
And, and China makes produces like 90% of it. It's, what it is, I don't know if a lot of people understand. I've never heard referred to as giving them an actual name on the minerals, but it's the magnetic properties of them. They are, you can get like 10, 20 times the magnetic properties for the same size piece as you could, like, you know, nickel or steel or something like that. And West Virginia University, they've got a clean water program that they've studied for years and years, how to treat this the acid runoff from these coal mines.
Mm-hmm.
And they, I think, kind of by accident, but they discovered that West Virginia is full of that in these sludge ponds. And when they clean the water up with the acid that comes over when they took the coal bed off down to the rock, and then they're running the acid they're treating the water with, and they come up with these rare earth minerals. And there's a study now about trying to produce them here. They're even building them kind of a miniature plant staged in context to just for the experimental stage or whatever, to see, you know, I guess if it could be, you know, make it feasible and cleaning up the sludge ponds to get them chemicals out of them. It's kind of fascinating, I thought.
I'm looking at some pretty interesting numbers about the rare earth minerals. It looks like, Mongolia, Congo, Brazil, a lot of places, but I don't know. I guess we produce some, but we have to rely on the rest of the world for most of this stuff.
Yeah, it's a shame how down through the years these politicians has sold us out, just like they was talking about before. You know, just to sell out our country to become millionaires and sending all this, you know, like, you know, start with Bill Clinton on NAFTA, you know, and like what was it Ross Perot said, when you sign that, you're going to hear that big sucking sound of all the jobs going to Mexico, and that's exactly what happened. And it's just really sad what they'll do for a buck, I guess. But I'm like you. We just got to keep pushing and try to get the right people in there to represent us, and just some kind of food for thought. You know, all of a sudden, the left-wing news media, fake news and all that's talking about this Hunter Biden thing, and the laptop, and and referring to the big guy. Even seeing on some of the shows that haven't never covered it once when it first come up 2 years ago or whatever. But I just wonder if and this is just me thinking out loud, if maybe the Democrats is behind the news media start to talk about it now after Big Joe opened his mouth and suggested a regime change in a country armed with nuclear weapons. I just wonder if they're going to use this to go ahead and run him on out. What's your thoughts on that?
I mean, the story's been around long enough. It's just, who was it that said the idea that Hillary Clinton was supposed to win that election? None of this would have ever been. It's the mere fact that Donald Trump turned over the apple cart, which allowed these things to remain, at least on the surface. They tried to bury it, but now it's all coming back up to the top. I think this is worth sharing. That's talking about the rare earth, and when you had to work from home during the pandemic, that was only possible because of what happens in mines in places like the Congo or Brazil. Basically, if you live a modern lifestyle, it's because of the resources that these miners provide, cobalt from the Congo that powers your smartphone. Rare earth minerals extracted from Mongolia go into batteries for your electric cars. And without places like Brazil supplying niobium, we would not have functioning MRI machines. We didn't make that up. Niobium is a thing. We might imagine our high-tech economy and modern lifestyle is easier on the planet than previous generations, but all that sophisticated technology requires minerals extracted from the earth. In fact, pay attention, the greener we try to be, the more mining it requires. A 2017 study from the World Bank makes it clear clean energy requires far more minerals than the fuel sources it would replace. For example, the amount of wind and solar power needed to meet the goals of the Paris Climate Accord would double the demand for the metals used in those technologies. That's nothing compared for the batteries needed to store clean power, which under the Paris goals would require over 1,000% more metals than today. And all those materials come at a price. Much of it comes from countries where labor and environmental standards are somewhere between weak or non-existent. Cobalt, for example, it's used in lithium-ion batteries, which we rely on for your laptop, your cell phone, any other smart technologies. 70% of the world's raw supply comes from the Congo. 2,000 miles away, the West African country of Guinea is home to the world's largest reserves of bauxite, the main source of aluminum used in many renewable energy technologies. It's also home to about half the world's population of endangered western chimpanzee, and thousands of great apes are projected to die because of the lack of environmental safeguards at the country's mines. And then there's a practical problem on top of that. The United States is dependent on other countries, here's the answer, for nearly 90% of the minerals that are critical to our national security, components necessary for everything from night vision goggles to the M4 carbine, the Army standard issue rifle. For those supplies, we rely on the likes of Mexico, South Africa, Australia, Brazil, and yes, Russia. Now, not all these dependencies are problematic. Relying on imports from a friendly country like Canada, the nation which we have the second largest dependency, is pretty much harmless. I mean, it's Canada. But there's no country we are more dependent on than China. And there, in 2019, the People's Daily, the official publication of the Chinese Communist Party, made clear the Chinese government intends to use these resources as a weapon against the United States. Now, we could just wait for China to get as chill as Canada, but laid-back dictatorships aren't really a thing. There's another option, though. America actually has its own vast mineral resources. It's just the fact that we're not tapping them. As recently as 1990, the United States was the world #1 producer of minerals. Today, we're number 7. So what happened? Well, it's the government. A mountain of regulations from federal, state, and local made the process for opening a mine nearly impossible. Take the Kensington Gold Mine in Alaska, for example. It opened in 1993. Scratch that. It was supposed to open in 1993, but because of the complicated regulatory process, they could not begin operations till 2010. In the 17 years it took to get through all those regulations, the cost of building said mine increased nearly 50%. As a result, it had to cut its production by 1/3. It doesn't have to be that way. Other advanced nations like Australia, Canada opened new mines in a fraction of the time. They still managed to protect their workers and the environment. We've got trillions of dollars of untapped mineral resources right here. One site in Minnesota has the world's second largest deposit of copper, and just one hill in West Texas could make the United States almost entirely independent of the rare earth elements for which we right now rely on China. So the problem is not a lack of resources. The problem is we don't use the resources that we have. Okay. We just continue to rely on China, right? What do you say, Big Ed? Are you with me?
Yeah, I'm with you. You know, that to be said is because we are a nation of people that not take personal responsibility. If we was a nation of people that took personal responsibility for our own well-being as a nation, we would hold these politicians' feet to the fire, put a stop to what's going on, Steve. Now, how do you go about doing that? That's another question.
Yep.
But with everything that's going on in this world, new world order that's going to shake out, who do you think's going to come out on top?
China.
Really?
China.
China. If we sit there and let it happen, they will be calling the shots in this new world order. And Russia and Iran is going to be right there with them. What do they call that? Geopolitical shakeup.
Yeah.
And that's what's sad. We are a nation of people that have no personal responsibility. I'm probably going to get off the subject of what you're talking about, but that's what I called in about personal responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
We all have a personal responsibility to ourselves. And I'll tell you what, out there in Harrisburg, Oregon, Steve, which is about 100 miles south of Portland, they found a wooden casket out in the country cemetery, dead body in it. On the news feed, I'm thinking the channel was out of Arkansas, but anyway, I was reading it. It really fried me because I'll read the responses just to get a feel of how the general public feels about it.
Yeah.
And then, you start seeing these responses of probably didn't have the funds to bury him.
maybe they didn't have money for a casket or a funeral. Not everyone can afford those.
Yeah.
You know, and my thing is, and I'll put it out, and I responded. I want you to hear what I said. For all the deadbeats, no pun intended, who are snotting and crying, saying the family probably couldn't afford a funeral, I ask you this question. Is it not your responsibility to make sure your end-of-life service is going to be taken care of? Someone forget to tell you that you will eventually die. So therefore, don't give me this sad, sobbing excuse that a family could not afford a funeral. It's your responsibility. That means pay for your own end-of-life service. Surely if you have money to waste on trivial things, you can manage to put some back for a final expense. Drive me a river. That's my take. And you see it all the time. People setting up GoFundMe, somebody's died. Well, the family's in dire straits. Am I being cruel with all of a sudden the way I'm thinking? You know, people's always wanting donations. The donations for Make-A-Wish or for Special Olympics. Those are, to me, those are good, worthy causes to be given to. But am I being cruel when I say, don't come crying to me because you didn't take care of your own personal responsibility in this life? And that's the way our whole society's gone. Nobody is responsible for anything. It's going to get to the point, Steve, with what you were saying about the land and everything, that your traditional funeral is going to go right out the door. There ain't going to be no more burying people under the ground. That's a waste of land, is it not? To some people. So everybody's going to get cremated. They're going to throw your ashes wherever. But then people are dropping. They're saying the cost of funerals is going up, and therefore they're exploitation of death. Well, we all know that we're eventually going to die. So don't we have a personal responsibility to take care of our own end-of-life services? I've already got mine paid for. So from now on, and some of what got me aggravated, I had an uncle pass. Well, everybody had to chip in. Well, we cremated him. Some of them was wanting a funeral. Well, no. If you can't plan your own funeral, don't come and ask me for $10,000. Pay for a funeral. From now on, because I donated, I said, from now on, anybody in my family, if you ask me for $1, guess what? I'm going to get something of value for a estate before I ever donate any money. I'm going to sell it, get my money back. Am I being cruel?
I don't think so. I mean, yeah. I mean, for most of us, I mean, myself included, we never plan on. Well, I'm too young. Have I made all the arrangements? No, I've got a plot, but I don't have anything else pretty much worked out at this point in time. But yeah, I guess at 57, I'm getting to the point where I need to start making plans for that, because when the time comes, I'll be leaving it on my kids, my grandkids to like cover the cost if I don't do something about it. Now, for somebody that dies unexpected at 30 years old, well, you.
I don't know, Steve. Of course, what made me do it was when I lost my wife.
Mm-hmm.
I had to make sure her paid for. And so once I did that, I thought, well, you better take care of your own needs, because I didn't want it to fall back my kids or grandkids, because I don't want to be cremated. So if I put that ball in their court, well, then they've got a right to cremate me. And I don't want to be cremated, so I went and paid for my end-of-life service. So, I don't know, what you just said, 30 years old, I don't know. I've got a bad problem with it, because to me, everybody, my grandparents, they took care of their own end-of-life services. That's where I learned from, the personal responsibility of people have got to take for their own end-of-life services. But this word responsibility is a far wide word. It's responsibility in everything that we do, in our lives. And our government realizes that we have so many people that are so dependent, I guess, others to take care of them, that there's no personal responsibility, and that's why I guess they keep getting voted in. I mean, my God, I didn't call in to talk politics, but I don't. There ain't nothing I can add to the insanity that's going on. But I'll give you an example. Our governor in this state is coming up for re-election, a Republican governor, Governor Stitt. Well, he's done a fine job. Now, all of a sudden, I'm seeing the advertisement. Well, Governor Stitt, he commuted these sentences to release people out of prison, and he let a prisoner out that went out here and committed a murder. Well, isn't it the Democratic Party that's always crying for people that are in prison? Isn't it the Democratic Party that's always saying, hey, you're locking people up for trivial reasons when they're locking people up for drugs or drinking and driving, or some of the crimes that you've got people in prisons for?
I don't know if you were with us earlier. I think in the first hour, Ed, I shared the story where the shooting in Sacramento last weekend. Yeah, the dude that had the machine gun. It was a gun that was converted to an illegal automatic machine gun. Dude was just let out of prison. 4 years into a 10-year prison sentence. And he was let out in February, I believe, of this year. He just got the hell out, and there he's out shooting people up in California.
Yeah, now, Steve, don't get me wrong. I'm not for people that's done bad crimes like that individual, even the individual did let loose. But the pardon board recommended, hey, let this man out. I'm not for that. But when I sit there and I see an advertisement coming from the Democrats saying, oh, well, look at this, look what he did, he's not fit to run this state, I'm thinking, whoa, you're the same damn people that cry when people like that are locked up, just like California. That's a state of people that have no responsibility whatsoever, even for their own needs, because they just, based on what I was listening to you talk about last night, Washington, state of Washington going to all electric cars by 2030.
Mm-hmm.
Now, how stupid is that, Steve? Are they even thinking about how in the hell they're going to get food delivered into their state? So am I assuming that you got to have an electric truck operating that state? I'm missing something.
My understanding, any vehicle that is going to be bought or traded or whatever, I don't think they're going to ban people that, if you've still got your internal combustion, it's anything that's sold starting in 2030 has to be an electric.
And that would have to be, that has to be trucks too. Am I correct?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely, yes.
Is that not choking yourself?
Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy. So I don't know. I just had a beef, and I just wanted to call in and get it off my mind.
They're not going to be ready for it in 2030, Ed. They're not going to be ready.
No.
I mean, even when they announced, when Biden announced, even Biden said 50% of all vehicles by, 2035, 50% on a national scale. I don't think they're going to be ready for that either. But I got to get my news update. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The man who gave lawmakers and news outlets Hunter Biden's laptop says he has tens of thousands of deleted images and videos. In addition, Jack Maxey said he's fled to Switzerland to avoid retaliation from the White House. The Daily Mail reports Maxey intends to post the 450 gigabytes of deleted material online. 3 days and still no verdict in the case against 4 men accused of plotting to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer. The jury will return on Thursday to continue deliberations and determine the fates of Adam Fox, Barry Croft Jr., Daniel Harris, and Brandon Caserta. The men are charged with conspiracy. Defense lawyers say an informant manipulated the group at the direction of the FBI. The trial began with jury selection on March 8th. This is USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott did not mince words on Wednesday over what he plans to do about illegal immigrants at his border.
Texas is planning to send any illegal immigrants captured at the border to the nation's capital.
Texas is providing charter buses to send these illegal immigrants who have been dropped off by the Biden administration to Washington, D.C. We are sending them to the United States Capitol, where the Biden administration will be able to more immediately address the needs of the people that they are allowing to come across our border.
Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott speaking to reporters on Wednesday. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
The UN General Assembly will vote on Thursday over whether to suspend Russia from the UN's premier human rights body. The move comes after the discovery of hundreds of bodies from towns near the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv, sparking calls for its forces to be tried for war crimes. This is USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to bingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at bingoRadioUSA.com. That's bingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
A major report says American nursing home residents are subjected to ineffective care and poor staffing. The study from the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine is calling for wholesale changes in the U.S. long-term care system in the wake of more than 150,000 resident COVID-19 deaths. These deaths have been highlighted in states like New York and Michigan, where both Governors Andrew Cuomo and Gretchen Whitmer sent COVID-19 positive patients back into long-term care facilities. Student loan payback will be put off for several more months.
The White House announced the federal government will continue pausing student debt payments through August 31st. President Biden said in a statement Wednesday, the United States is still recovering from the years-long coronavirus pandemic, necessitating further leniency on loan payments. The government holds loans valued at over $1.5 trillion nationwide. From the West Coast to USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
The investigation into contaminated bagged salad by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention is over. The CDC's reopened investigation into bagged salad found packaged salads and lettuce sold by Dole made people sick. 18 people were sickened in 13 states. 3 died. A missing man has been found dead and his wife hospitalized after their RV was discovered in a remote area of Nevada. Ronnie and Beverly Barker went missing last month. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, here we go. Final hour is upon us as we roll into a Thursday. Seeing as I made you wait a little too long for our first keyword, let's give you a right out of the box here. Final hour. Time for your chance to win $1,000 cash and a shot at the $10,000 grand prize. This hour's keyword, where you're going to go to tncradio.live, enter your keyword, return. You know, like the day after Christmas? We got to return that. RETURN, return. That's your keyword. Go to tncradio.live or use the tncradio.live app to enter this nationwide contest. Good luck from Hot Shot Secret. There you go. Plus, you got 2 more chances coming up later in the day. The morning grind, you'll get a keyword somewhere between 9 and 11 a.m. The evening surge, you'll get an opportunity keyword between 5 and 7 p.m. Again, thanks to Hot Shot Secret and tncradio.live. Return. And we return to the phones. What's up, Big Moose?
Oh, not much. How you doing this morning?
Doing well. Having a good morning.
Well, that's a good thing. I was having a pretty good evening/morning till Bob Barker decided to do the light fandango with a polecat about 10:30 last night.
Uh-oh.
And I went through the Dawn dishwashing liquid. I ain't doing that tomato juice thing because that don't work. But he's had about 4 coats of Dawn dishwashing liquid so far. And I'm headed over here to Walmart to see if I can't get me a big jug of peroxide. I'll mix up another dose of that with some Dawn dish soap peroxide. That normally wipe it out. But yeah, he's not a happy camper because he is currently residing in a cage on the back porch.
Smelling like hell. So who came out on the losing end of that deal? Yeah. I guess the skunk was the winner.
Yep. Old Pepe Le Pew KO'd his ass about 10:30 last night. So.
That's great. Oh, man.
But no, I just thought I'd ring your phone. I hadn't talked to you in a while, and I don't want to get the reputation of being an unsociable. You know what?
Yeah, right.
But yeah, good to hear Big Ed on there, and good to see he's staying away from any generators and trip hazards. You know,
kind of odd to hear from him at this hour of the morning too. He's up kind of late.
Yeah, well, that's good for him. That keeps the circulation going. You know, you was talking about Silicon Valley there. You know, silicon. You know, like using transistors, all them funny electronic devices, you know. Silicone,
breast implants?
That I know. Yeah, well, yeah, I'm getting ready to tell you. I know no gal one time, and I was part of a joint venture and invested about $4,500 into some what you call mammary enhancement products. And I tell you, some of the fondest memories I have is laying on that couch with my head in her lap, looking right up through Silicon Valley, buddy.
I bet it is.
Yeah. Now, I'm going to tell you, they ain't got nothing in California that matches that, and let me tell you now. But anyway, that's all my baloney for tonight, I guess. I'm going to see about getting in here and see if I can get Brother Bob smelling like something that's still alive before before I turn him back loose on the clean carpets. You know what I mean?
Yeah, boy. Why is it that I've heard all my life that a tomato juice bath was the thing that worked? You say it doesn't actually do it?
No, tomato juice. The only thing you do when you rub tomato juice on, you just smell like a skunk and you're orange. The only thing it does is turn you orange, and you still smell like a skunk. You just smell like an Italian skunk instead of an American skunk.
Okay,
You know?
all right.
Put a little garlic and olive oil on you, you smell like a skunk lasagna, you know?
Yummy.
But they make some stuff, it's called Skunk Off, and I used to keep a bottle of that stuff handy, and I thought I had a bottle of it, and I ain't been able to find it, but that's real good stuff. You just put that on them, you know, you don't hit them with no water, you just put that on them directly and soap them up good, and then when you hit them with the water, it takes it right off of there, but I don't have none, so I'm going back to the old Dawn dish soap peroxide technique. And that worked pretty good too, but it takes 4 or 5 times to rinse it all out.
Okay.
But everybody keep it twixt the spotted, the solid, sunny side up, and all that jazz. And I'll be 1042.
Good luck with the Bob Barker. You crazy mutt. Be the last time you go after one of those stinking things, won't it? Who was it? Somebody tagged me in this yesterday. Let's see. Arthur Chesley tagged me and several others. And it says, whomever wrote it, it says unknown at this moment. Maybe you know. It's all about your taxes. And if you think about it, it really is that. This is what we've come to in this country. It reads, tax his land, tax his wage, tax his bed in which he lays, tax his tractor, tax his mule, teach him taxes is the rule. Tax his cow, tax his goat, tax his pants, tax his coat, tax his ties, tax his shirts, tax his work and his dirt, tax his chew, tax his smoke, teach him taxes are no joke, tax his car, tax his grass, tax the roads he must pass, then tax his food, tax his drink, tax him if he tries to think, tax his sodas, tax his beers, if he cries, tax his tears, tax his bills and his gas, tax his notes, tax his cash. Tax him good and let him know that after taxes, he has no dough. If he hollers, tax him more. Tax him until he's good and sore. Tax his coffin, tax his grave, tax the sod in which he lays. Put these words upon his tomb. Taxes drove me to my doom. And when he's gone, we won't relax. We'll still be after the inheritance tax. Yet, truer words have never been spoken, whoever wrote it. And they're right. I mean, realistically, everything. You're taxed on your pay. You're taxed on your gas. You name it. What else can we tax? Good morning, blind man. Can you think of anything you're not being taxed on yet?
Your feet.
Okay.
I mean, the Beatles and Tax Your Heat.
Yeah.
So, yeah, when I heard about Biden's being totally ignored at his own party, kind of remind me of what I went through going to various parties throughout my life, especially when I was young, when I was more or less totally ignored. I just didn't fit in because I didn't have a car, when I was a teenager because I couldn't drive. And people were talking about movies that I really couldn't see. So, yeah, it was really, really sad about what happened at the White House. But in a way, he deserved it, the way he acts and everything. Well, I had a good birthday week. April 2nd was my birthday, and Amy took me to the MGM casino, and for once, Lady Luck was with me.
Oh, boy.
I hit it big at the blackjack table. I got 2 aces, and the guy next to me says, you can split that. And it turned out he had the same birthday as I did. He was born in 1978. I was born in 1947. So I got a 3rd ace, and he says, you can split that. And then I got a 4th ace.
Really?
And he says, split it. Yeah.
You
and then the next
4
3
aces,
cards I got
that's unbelievable.
were 2 picture cards and a 10. And the 4th one I busted, but I got 21 on 3 of the 4.
Wow.
So that was really something. Amy says she never seen anything like that. And then I said, okay, I've had it. I'm leaving. So I collected my winnings, $220. And then I went over to the slot machine and I said, Amy, find me one that is on the way in or on the way out. So we found a dollar machine on the way in, I think. And I put in $40, and on the second hit, I hit for $130. I said, okay, that does it. I'm taking my winnings and let's go home. So that was a good day for me.
Yeah, congratulations on your ability to. Well, yeah, to have the ability to walk away. I'm one of these dumbasses. Is like, all right, I'm on a roll here. I'm gonna get. Next thing you know, it's like, all right, I've put all that back, and now I'm chasing it. I'm throwing another 20 and another 20, chasing it. Next thing you know, you're 100 in the hole. Like, oh hell, I should have left while I was up.
Yeah, Amy was ahead, and she blew it as well. And I told her, when you're ahead, just quit, because they're counting on you to
absolutely
throw your winnings away.
Yep.
Because some people get greedy and they think, oh boy, I'm going to take my winnings and I'm going to bet the whole wad, and then they lost it all.
Hey, you want the big win, right? How big is big enough?
Yeah. Every time I go to my refrigerator now, I'm going to think of that joke Moose told. Oh, geez, that was great. I can't tell you on the air here because it might tick off some people, but that was one of the best jokes I ever heard for quite a while.
Looking through the Silicon Valley.
Yeah. Yeah.
You brought up that the Joe Biden thing. I mean, I'm not a fan of Joe Biden, but when I saw that when I got off the air yesterday morning, because Eagle had brought it up, I hadn't seen the video yet, so I pulled it up. Tucker Carlson had it there, and I mean, I actually felt bad for the guy. I mean, that was, totally embarrassing. He is the president of the United States, and it just kind of crossed my mind. When I was a kid, because I can kind of relate, I wasn't the most athletic or the best, and when all the neighborhood kids would get together and they're going to pick up a team and pick him, pick her, pick him, and you're the last one standing, and so you've got to go on, and the kids, the team you got picked on, kind of go like, oh man, he's going to be on my team,
Yeah, that's happened to me a lot when I was growing up. I was the last one in, so to speak.
Yeah.
And when I became a Catholic, oh boy, the church was great to get me in. But once I was in, I was totally ignored at various church functions. And I decided just to quit going, just disappeared. And nobody called me to ask if I was okay or anything. So, one of the things my father told me when I was growing up, expect people to call you names and get your feelings hurt. You're just going to have to grin and bear it, which I did. And that probably made me a better person because some of the blind people I know, they're so dependent on everything that they really can't do anything for themselves because they were brought up, overprotected by their parents.
Yeah.
Me, it was just the opposite.
Yeah, you notice how, I mean, everybody was just fawning over Barack Obama. You had Kamala Harris there. She was like on cloud nine. Barack Obama. Oh.
Yeah. Was she wearing that UPS type pantsuit, which got a talk show host fired on WMAL? That's been making the news too. She made a little joke about she looks like a UPS driver. Nothing against them, of course, but I mean, someone told me it was a sickly brown color.
Yeah, that
she was wearing.
That was it. Yeah.
So,
so somebody got fired for making a joke about her pantsuit or whatever?
Yeah. What the hell is her name? I can't think of her name now, but she was one of the morning people on Larry O'Connor and Company. If you go to the WMAL website, I'm sure they're still talking about it. I know Chris Plant was the other morning, joking about it and everything. And then she was on Sebastian Gorka's show, and she says she's got a couple of surprises coming to Cumulus. They were the ones that fired her. I mean, they said, "You're fired. That's it, period." Didn't give her a warning or anything. You're fired.
Yeah, it almost seems like they had to be looking for a reason to fire her. I mean, are we that politically correct where you can't make fun of the outfit that the vice president's wearing?
Yeah, that's how the left operate now. You say anything against them, criticize them, you're on the outs. That's why I got to be careful what I say to some of the neighbors, because I do depend on them for rides now, and I have to be careful what I say. Now, this one neighbor gave me a Let's Go Brandon t-shirt, and his mother didn't understand what that meant, and he explained it to her, and she says, "Well, I guess Victor will enjoy that." But if I wear that t-shirt, is somebody going to get ticked off enough to beat me up?
Yeah.
That's one thing that worries about me.
In this day and age, and you never can tell. Maybe don't wear it in public, Vic. Our blind man. All right. Hey, we got to get a quick chime out here. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, "Mom, we'll figure it out."
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Let me see here. Rob sent me. Looks like he took a copy of like a business card kind of thing, but it's skunk smell remover from the Wisconsin Trappers Association. Sounds like Moose is pretty close to it. It says 1 quart hydrogen peroxide, 1 cup baking soda, 1 teaspoon of liquid dish soap, like his Dawn. Mix all the ingredients together in an open bucket. Use a sponge or a cloth to wipe the animal, including the inside of the mouth. Keep out of the eyes. Okay. Only thing, Moose, you're missing there, it says 1 cup baking soda. I don't know. Maybe try that. That's the professional method, according to that. According to the Wisconsin Animal Trappers. All right, our number, 844-844-3388. What's happening, Knucklebuster? Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers there. Well, let's take a trip down in memory lane there. I remember Brandon. Yeah, I told him one of my Louis Gazard jokes when he was on the last show there when he was going back down there to Columbus, Georgia. Couple from Ohio was going down the road down there to Columbus, Georgia. They got pulled over by Deputy Sheriff Sonny Bubba Junebug Johnson. And Deputy Sheriff Sonny Bubba Junebug Johnson got out of his car, hitched his britches up there, and he walked up to the window there, and he told him, says, "Let me see your driving license." Wife turned to him and says, "Bob, what did he just say?" He said, "I ain't got a clue." Well, he finally got his driver's license from him. He asked him, he said, "Where y'all from anyway?" And he said, "Columbus." He said, "Don't you lie to me. I seen them Ohio license plates." I got your producer now. You can't even tell him a joke.
Yeah, he don't laugh,
He don't laugh at nothing.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, Badly Mays there, a.k.a. Mr. Johnny Cash there. He was a good producer, too. But anyway, rest in peace, brother.
Yeah.
Well, I read a headline there that this guy parked up in Maine, parked his car up there on top of a trash compactor. My question would have been just like Ray Stevens when he was talking about that Shriners convention there. And Bubba asked Coy, says, "Well, how in the hell did you get that big Harley up there on the high dive there, Rick?" And saw another headline, but I haven't got to read it yet. A horse becomes a weekly regular at Dunkin' Donuts in Florida. And, well, you could say, well, only in Florida, right? I don't know whether somebody rides it there or what. I mean, Tennessee had a horse one time. He liked drinking Pepsi Colas all the time. He'd get it and that bottle and slosh it up and down there, right?
Right.
Yeah. Well, anyway, Memphis hired this police chief, C.J. Davis. She's a woman police officer. I think they got her out of Atlanta. That was the one they fired down there in Atlanta. So Memphis hired her. But she's already been welcomed by the welcoming committee twice. Well, they stole her pistol out of her car the first time, and then just this past weekend, they broke into a house she's having built and stole some appliances and her furnace. So if it gets cold, she'll just be out of luck there, right?
There you go.
And yeah, well, anyway, that's all of my old baloney for this morning. Now, let's keep this Steve Sommers Overnight Drive radio going down the road. Buy some Hot Shot Secret products like Fixing the Eliminator and Everyday Diesel Treatment. Buy some overnight, Put that overnight drive in the checkout box too. Get your 10% discount. Buy some Steve Summers overnight drive products, baseball cap, t-shirt, travel mugs, and apparently Tennessee was listening the other morning.
Uh-oh.
She told me to quit talking about other women's hooters. So have a great morning, Mr. Steve Summers.
Okay, all right. You never know when the wife might be tuned in, right? Be careful. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Governor Greg Abbott of Texas is taking things to a new level in the fight against illegal immigration at the southern border.
Texas is planning to send any illegal immigrants captured at the border to the nation's capital.
Texas is providing charter buses to send these illegal immigrants who have been dropped off by the Biden administration to Washington, D.C. We are sending them to the United States Capitol, where the Biden administration will be able to more immediately address the needs of the people that they are allowing to come across our border.
Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott speaking to reporters on Wednesday. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Jet fuel supplies are draining fast on the East Coast. Jet fuel stockpiles there fell for a third straight week to their lowest level seasonally since 1996. This is USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
A summer of excitement is within sight. This week, the polling spotlight is on the Sunshine State, and we'll soon know our first 3 champions of 2022. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. You've heard us refer to the NTPA's national and member state schedule as a place to find a poll near you. Let's take the occasion of this radio report to explain exactly what we mean as we go state by state through the 2022 Grand National Calendar at ntpapull.com. There, you can also view regional national events and click the member state link at the top of the schedule page to view those events. In Minnesota, it's the Power Pole Nationals at the McLeod County Fairgrounds in Hutchinson, June 17th and 18th. In Illinois, it's the DeKalb County Fair NTPA Grand Nationals in Sandwich, September 8th and 10th. In Indiana, it's the Johnson County Fair Pole in Franklin, July 15th and 16th. In Iowa, it's the North Iowa Nationals at Chamber Acres in Rockwell, August 4th through 6th. In Kansas, it's the Wild West Grand Nationals at Raceway Park in Dodge City, July 8th and 9th. In Kentucky, it's the Meade County Fair NTPA Grand Nationals in Brandenburg, July 29th and 30th. In Ohio, it's the Fort Recovery NTPA Grand Nationals at Ambassador Park in Fort Recovery, July 29th and 30th. The Henry County Fair Pole in Napoleon, August 13th. The National Tractor Pulling Championships at the Fairgrounds in Bowling Green, August 18th through 20th. The Friday Night Spectacular at the Lorain County Fair in Wellington, August 26th. And the Enderley Pull-Off at the Fairgrounds in Urbana, September 17th. In Tennessee, it's the Clay Hill Summer Sizzler at the Racetrack in Atwood, June 3rd and 4th. And the Lions Super Bowl of the South at Lions Motorsports Park in Chapel Hill, July 22nd and 23rd. And in Wisconsin, it's the Budweiser Dairyland Super Nationals at Recreation Park in Tomah, June 23rd through 25th. In addition to these states, you'll find great national events in Michigan, New York, and North Carolina. New events and classes are still being added to the national schedule, so check back frequently for the most up-to-date information. And while there's nothing like feeling the ground shake under the force of 10,000 plus horsepower, many of these events will be live streamed via the association's over-the-top online channel, ntpa.tv. Available for mobile platforms, Roku and Apple TV, ntpa.tv is the next best thing to being there. But before all that gets rolling in the Midwest and Wild West, we've got action in the Southeast as the Clay County Fair Truck and Tractor Pull in Green Cove Springs features 3 national classes competing on Saturday night and Sunday afternoon, April 9th and 10th. Super Farm tractors, supercharged two-wheel drive trucks, and supercharged modified minis will invade the Paul E. Reinhold Memorial Fairgrounds in both sessions, and will award the 2022 Region 6 title in each division on Sunday. Several Mid-Florida state classes will also appear. Visit ntpapull.com for more information on this and all NTPA national and member state events. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Thank you, John Dunlap. Another NTPA pulling season. Just that time. Matter of fact, here, let's see. He mentioned Florida this weekend. The Clay County Fair Pool. Josh will not be headed to Florida, but he is on tap. I believe later in the month. Where's he going to be headed first? Yeah, we already mentioned Kyle's going to be headed to the Battle on the Asphalt coming up, not this weekend, but the following. Then it's almost here. He's getting pretty excited. Hot Shot Secrets will be attending, and not just attending, but they'll be the series sponsor for the Outlaw Diesel Super Series, Friday the 29th and Saturday the 30th of April here. The Outlaw Diesel Super Series, Wagler Spring Nationals, Wagler Motorsports Park in Indiana. Finally, the kickoff to the 2022 Outlaw Diesel Series just around the corner. We'll give you more details coming up soon on that. That's of course where the Hot Shot Secret Fire Punk Diesel S10 gets to participate. Some of the Super Series events, if memory serves. All right, we got clear lines. Time to squeeze a few more in here at 844-844-3388. Meanwhile, a couple of other industry headlines. All right, we talked last week about the damage to a bridge. And in Texas, Wichita Falls officials say they're still working to sign a construction contract with emergency contractors to repair that bridge that was damaged when a semi lost part of its load anyway. Officials are hoping to sign a contract by this Friday for the incident that actually happened on March the 25th. I mean, so they've done nothing to date on the northbound I-44 6th Street Bridge in Wichita Falls. DOT officials expecting a lengthy repair time for the Lloyd Ruby Overpass Bridge. Emergency plans for repairs on northbound I-44's 6th Street Bridge are in the hands of several contractors this week, according to the statement from the DOT. But the bridge itself damaged after an 18-wheeler that was hauling a wind turbine component lost that cargo on northbound I-44 on top of the 6th Street overpass. And there was some pretty significant damage. If you haven't seen the photo, I mean, big holes literally knocked into the bridge. Not clear why the turbine fell off the truck. Well, I don't know. Why do things normally fall off a truck? First thing that comes to my mind is, what's this called? Improperly secured load, maybe? Just maybe? Then we have the case, the mother of a truck driver that was found dead in the cab of his truck said some of the details surrounding the case they're not adding up. Rochester First reports 37-year-old Jeffrey Shorter was found deceased inside of his cab that was parked along 590 southbound in Rochester back on April 1. The mother now says she wants answers. She said her son's bobtail truck was stopped on the side of 590 for a full 24 hours, and that police had stopped to check out the truck at least one time in that period without opening the truck. She wants to know why officers didn't open the truck and look inside sooner. She's wondering if an earlier check-in might have saved her son's life. That's what's kind of embedded in my mind, she says. Could they have saved my son if the officer who checked on the truck would have opened it? The window was rolled all the way down. Something was happening with Jeff because it was freezing cold that night. Somehow, some way, Jeff was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. He pulled over the cab for some reason or another. Again, because the window down, something was happening. Investigators have not yet released the cause of death, but there is a known family history of heart attacks. Last week was a day I'll just never forget. It's kind of embedded in my life. I don't even know why it happened. So obviously still under investigation. Hey, Big Ed, there's a GoFundMe page that's been set up to help the family with expenses. Just saying. All right. Kind of funny he brought that up just a bit ago. Who we got on the line? Is it Casey?
Yeah, this is Casey. Steve, I want to let you know I have listened to you for years. I remember listening to your dad, years ago. I even think, did he start like with Randy Michaels and them when,
Yes.
back in the day of whatever, the Clear Channel and all that?
It was actually Jake. It was J-Core at the time. And, Randy was the guy that pretty much owned it. And they had this, this, I guess, half-cocked idea. Let's try a trucking show. But, Randy Michaels, 1984 was the year.
Well, what a legacy, though, between, your dad and you and the number of people that have got to enjoy the, program content and the fact that, for truck drivers, having you available overnight. I'm not a truck driver. I used to listen to you on the way to work. I would have to be at work at 5 a.m. And it was just nice to have you on the ride with me in the morning. And I just can't thank you enough. I'm 63 years old now and having a lot of medical issues. Believe it or not, I don't want to do too much personal information about me, but I had a brain procedure done last night. I've been battling cancer for about 4 years.
Wow.
And if they hadn't got to me within 4 or 5 hours last week, I probably would not have made it. But I've been out of surgery now for about, probably a week. And I'm just so glad I'm still around. I'm glad I'm able to get my iHeartRadio tune back in. This is the first night I've listened for a couple of weeks, but I just couldn't do it, And I just, my life would not be the same without having your show. And I know you're from a good Christian family, and my faith is what is getting me through these medical issues now. And I just want you to know what an addition you've been to my life. And I would also say how powerful I believe Christ is in all of our lives in helping us get through tough times. And, God is great and life is good. And I surely appreciate all the times that I've been able to listen to you on the radio.
Wow, that's great. Well, you're a first-time caller then. I mean, how long have you been listening? When did you find us here on our new format? Recently or for a while?
When you were off the air, I was so, disappointed. And as soon as you got back on, I immediately got the app going. And I have, when I'm at home, when I get back home, I've got it set up to where, I guess it's Alexa automatically starts the app at midnight.
How about that?
That way, every night it just comes up on its own, and I just have the radio beside the bed, Or I guess it's not a radio anymore. It's a phone. But technology's great for things like that. And
sure.
Now with my brain issues from the surgery and that, I struggle, and some of that automation is what helps me be able to continue doing things like I used to. I'm going to a rehab facility hopefully next week, and I'm back to where I can walk with the assistance of the nurses here at the hospital. And hopefully I'll get through rehab and get back home.
That's great. Well, as a first-time caller, I haven't had a first-time caller code to give out yet this week, and it's already Thursday.
Well, but you know what? I have purchased product in the past, and I've got stuff on the shelf out in my garage right now. And if there's somebody else you guys could give a code to, that would be great. That is the one difference now with this brain thing. It's a difficult decision, but I'm wondering if I will ever drive a car again, you know?
Wow.
And that is tough. But you know, all the things going on with prices on vehicles right now, I was surprised what I would be able to sell. I have a van that's about 5-6 years old, and the price that I could sell that car for right now, I tell my wife, I said, if I don't get better, sell the daggone thing, you know?
Because in some cases, a 5-year-old vehicle, if depending on what the miles are, you could probably damn near get as much for it as you paid 5 years ago right now. It's crazy.
It is crazy, yes. And I was fortunate last year. I told my wife, I said, I think we ought to go ahead and replace our 10-year-old vehicle. We had an older Equinox. So we did that last April before all this stuff started, you know?
Yeah.
And I'm glad she's got that, you know, moving forward. And, but if we go down to one car, that'll be okay. But, you know, my hope and, you know, is that I get back to where I can drive again. But I'm glad I'm intelligent enough to say, if it's not safe, I don't want to hurt myself or hurt somebody else either.
You know what? You sound like a pretty smart guy. Casey, I mean, I thank you so much for the call, and, you know, I hope all goes well.
Yeah, well,
and I hope the prognosis is good.
I cannot thank you enough. Yeah, you know, the Lord has been good to me. I've lived a blessed life. I had a good career working, you know, and I'm really surprised that, you know, I'm not afraid of what, you know, we all have a beginning. We all have an end.
Yes.
And when I move into the next realm, and, you know, I look forward to that stairway to heaven, you know. It's a beautiful thought. It's what's keeping me going.
What an inspirational call, Casey. Don't be a stranger, all right?
I will not. I you know, I'll be listening. And thanks again so much.
Ever have anything you'd like to chime in on, dial that number up. Well, there you go. We get our final chime out. Yeah, that's tough. That's inspirational, though. And we'll be back after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest, and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, how do we top that off? How about I just, as I scroll down, I said, just got a couple minutes yet to fill. I come across this. I'll just read it during the break, and it's appropriate after Casey's call there. As you get older, you'll realize that a $300 watch and a $30 watch both tell the same time. A Michael Kors wallet and a Forever 21 wallet hold the same amount of money. A $300,000 house and a $100,000 house actually host the same loneliness. Yes, a Ford will also drive you as far as a Bentley. Remember, true happiness is not found in those materialistic things. It actually comes from the love and the laughter that we find with each other. Remember, everybody, stay humble, because the hole they dig for each and every one of us in the ground is all the same size. There you go. Little inspirational piece for your Thursday morning. All right, with that, we'll close it out right there. I was just thinking, checking the email. I said, we always have an email for from Truck and Phil, and we get that countdown to Christmas. I remember he is actually on vacation or off this week because the GM facility there in Fort Wayne is shut down again for the entire week with the whole chip shortage thing. And Doughboy, I got your message there. He says, I really could use a code. Well, thank you. Casey, Doughboy says, thanks you. He gave me his number there. How about that? We'll hook you up, Doughboy. And with that, we wrap it up here on a Thursday morning. All right, look, believe it or not, come back at the midnight hour tonight. It'll be a Friday, getting set for the weekend. TGIF, what's on slate? I guess we'll find out. Join us at that point in time for another edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.